Chapter 22 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 22, in which the expected happens. At length, mid-September came, and with it the long-rehearsed pageant at Mrs. Phipps Morris's country place near Huntington. Cordelia was destined to attain greater glories and more satisfying ambitions, and to attain them soon. But in all her splendid career, in all her lofty and up-pointing course, which had latterly maintained the prosperous direction only by smile-hidden efforts of which the envious world had never a guess, the magnificent Cordelia had never yet been so magnificent as at the French pageant. Considering her career up to this time, this was Cordelia's day of days. Once upon a time, in what might have been termed its formless youth, there had been words to this pageant. Lots of words, cadenced words, stately words. The slow, sonorous beauty of words, so inspiration had conceived, that should be the proper marriage mate of a pageant's measured dignity. For many weeks during early and midsummer, an elderly youngish man whose divine fire never seemed to die down and give his purely mortal elements a chance to cool off and undergo repairs, was at almost any hour of the day or night to be seen eagerly drawing a fellow member aside into a corner of the lounge at the Players' Club, and such members as could not escape the poet's capture confided to the poet that his poetry was indeed slow, sonorous, stately, divinely fitted to be the word bride of pageantry. In short, that his contribution to the marriage was truly made in heaven, and they hoped the couple would live happily forever after. Whereupon such members, being released, made haste to seek the company of other members, who were good fellows and known to carry something on the hip. Praise of much the same quality was uttered by Kyle Brannon when, in due time, the elderly youngish man read his beautiful words to the director-in-chief of the pageant. The great Brannon thumped the poetic shoulder. Corking stuff, really. Only there would have to be eliminations, just a few, to get the show down into 6 reels. No, he meant 2 hours. Of course, agreed the gratified poet. But as the eliminations began and continued, the poet's body seemed to diminish with the body of his verse. Lines, stanzas, whole pages seemed to be daily crossed out of his corporeal person, and the next day more pages. And this physical dwindling of the poet continued until on the day of the pageant there was present no more of his physical substance than that of his poetic, of which latter there was not a syllable. Thus does it happen to all the meaner arts when they come into conflict with the noble and more puissant art of the movie, and thus does a character who had aspired to a place of minor importance in this history of Cordelia Marlowe vanish unnamed from its pages, existing here, as it were, only parenthetically, as a footnote, an explanation. He was gently done to death and lies in his unmarked grave because Kyle Brannon believed that the art of the pageant is identical with the art of the motion picture, and the art of the motion picture, according to the Brannon canons, is to dress your people up and keep 'em moving. Also, there was another reason, not connected with art, for this gradual but complete fade-out of the poet and his poetry. As rehearsals progressed, it became ever more clear to Kyle Brannon that his greatest chance for making the pageant a striking success for himself — he cared nothing for the jealousies among his lesser society actresses, and in his heart of hearts he believed all pageants a bore — was by pushing Cordelia to the front, building up her parts, giving her an infinite variety of costumes, postures, and processions. Yes, 1,000 damns for the feelings of all those incompetent society would-be amateurs, and being human and observant, and having two extremely good eyes which were kept extremely wide open to the future advantages of Kyle Brandon, he was influenced by another consideration. He had noted the approximation of Cordelia and Jerry in their courses. Cordelia was plainly appointed by destiny to be the outstanding social figure of her time, and since she was really the best of an amateur lot, why shouldn't he make her his star? And having such a star, and having his social wagon deftly hitched to it, well, one could travel very pleasantly in that wagon in the years to come. Against such considerations as these, what chance was there for an elderly youngish poet and his beautiful words? Even had he possessed and arranged in beautiful sequence all the beautiful words of the world. Kyle Brandon was possibly right in his private judgment that all pageants, especially society pageants, are a formal bore, except, of course, to the actors' relatives, to the benefactees, and to such members of the less fortunate classes as are eager to buy tickets at bandit prices in order to get within the gates of such an estate as Mrs. Phipps Morris's, and to gaze upon those splendid people to whom such estates are no more remarkable than flats in Harlem. All interest shown by other persons, so Brandon held, was just pretense. At any rate, his dictum shall be followed in this history, and that splendid pageant, the greatest spectacle Long Island society has ever known, so it was declared to be by one of the young Barnums Brandon employed upon his publicity staff, shall here undergo an elimination only less complete than that suffered by the poet's word-garbed beauty. It was not what Cordelia did in the pageant, or what others did, that is important to this history. Rather, it is the effect she created, the stimulus to her social fame, the hastening of events that had been leisurely in their march. Give the people what they know. This was one of the first principles of Brandon's art. So in a series of tableaux and processions, Cordelia was in turn the conventional figure of France in Phrygian cap, Joan of Arc, Charlotte Corday, a vivandière, a nurse in the uniform of the French Red Cross. Cordelia's triumph was complete, partly because the people had been told to admire her, and crowd-like obeyed, partly because of the skill with which Brandon had costumed and posed her, and most of all, because of her beauty and natural grace. When all was over, women reporters encompassed her. Then the newspaper photographers took possession of her, though there were at their disposal stills of her in all poses taken at Brandon's order in advance, and though two of his crack cameramen had been cranking their machines throughout the spectacle, and the results of this labor were promised free for all. The illustrated supplement of every paper in the country will carry your pictures, and there'll be knockouts, Brandon had told her, a prediction which later became a fact. For of beautiful pictures of beautiful women, American papers seem unable ever to get enough, and Brandon's stills were altogether the most remarkable set of beautiful girl pictures offered the papers that year. After the press people had released her, Cordelia's friends swarmed about her, congratulating her, praising her. The atmosphere was like that in a star's dressing room after the final curtain had fallen upon a radiantly successful first performance. The 3,000 people seemed every one her friend, her eager admirer. Jackie was there, of course, and Aileen Harkness. Even Gladys told her how well she'd done and kissed her. And Cordelia, who loved all the world just then, returned the kiss. And Miss Harcourt worshipped quite openly, but with proper respect, this former star of her school. "You were today all that years ago I said you were going to be," she proclaimed fervently. "I am proud of you, proud to have had you. And soon," she laid a hand upon Lily's shoulder and smiled expectantly, "soon I shall be having your dear little sister." "Dear little sister, my eye," whispered Lily as Miss Harcourt moved away. "Where does she get that dear little stuff?" Lily gave Cordelia a tight, affectionate squeeze and kissed her. You sure were all to the good, old dear." Sometimes Cordelia really loved the bit of swaggering precocity that was her younger sister. This was one of the times. Miss Marlowe took Cordelia in her arms and wept a bit. "You were wonderful, my dear, wonderful!" And having her lips so close to her daughter's ears, and the two of them being for the moment apart from the others, she could not restrain her worried heart. "I do hope, dear, that after this you'll soon be marrying," she whispered tremulously. "Some of those old bills are bothering me terribly. I appreciated that 1,000 you sent, though I don't know how you managed to spare it. It's the first time you ever did save anything out of your allowance. But, dear, with prices what they are, I hate to say it, dear, but I simply don't see how I can afford to keep up your allowance. There, I won't say it, but you know how things are." It was the old family trouble, the pinching lack of money, which would not let itself be forgotten even on a state occasion. But on this day the world was Cordelia's, and such an item as mere money could not depress her. She hugged her mother reassuringly. "Don't you worry, Mother. Everything is going to be all right, just you see." Comforted, Mrs. Marlowe gave way to others. Among these others came Mr. Franklin, who expressed his admiration with so fine a restraint upon his personal grief that again Cordelia thought inevitably of how like a thorough gentleman he had proposed, and how gallantly he had taken his refusal. Her heart warmed toward him. And among the others came Mitchell. He was there as Brandon's friend. Brandon, who was tirelessly seeking possibilities everywhere and tirelessly seizing them, thought he had perceived the germ of a picture story in Mitchell and was cultivating Mitchell that the germ might be the better incubated. Though Cordelia had vowed to cut Mitchell dead when she next saw him, she was so in love with all the world that she promptly took the hand he smilingly offered and returned his smiles. Not until after he had said his say and was gone did she realize that after having greeted him thus cordially in public, she could never assume the proposed attitude of icy unawareness of his existence when they might meet in the future. Such an attitude would make her seem silly. She would have to behave toward him, at the least, as toward an acquaintance. All this while, Jerry Plimpton had been standing on the outskirts of Cordelia's court, observing, smiling at her whenever he could get her eye. It had been arranged that he was to drive her back to Jackie Thorndyke's. At the most effective moment, Kyle Brandon came forward in true impresario manner and congratulated his star. This was one of those moments that Kyle Brandon lived for. He said much, and said it loudly that all might hear, and he said it extremely well, for his little speech had been carefully written out, and flimsy of it was at this moment in possession of all the reporters. "And there's one thing I wish to remind you of, Miss Marlowe. One promise I wish to hold you to," he concluded in a manner of serious banter, which gave the effect of his being at bottom very serious indeed. "And that promise is, if you ever decide to act for the screen, you are to come under my management." "I promise," laughed Cordelia. "My greatest wish is that we may soon be working together." However great his wish, it was not backed by his belief, for he knew how the wind was blowing, and he was very certain it would never blow her into the Brandon studios. "What a picture we could make, you and I! What a star I could make of you, Miss Marlowe! What a star!" The people clustered about applauded the speech, and then applauded Cordelia and grew murmurous with comment. No doubt of it at all. If Cordelia Marlowe should care to turn from a more glorious career to the movies, she would be a star of stars. Yes, this was Cordelia's day of days. At the last came Jerry, eyes bright with proud admiration. "I'll tell you how really wonderful you were a little later, when we're away from this crowd. Will you soon be ready to start back?" "Give me half an hour, Jerry." and within the half hour in Jerry's roadster, they were humming toward Jackie Thorndyke's, and Jerry was telling Cordelia just how wonderful she was. That afternoon had had its very positive effect upon him. He had long been very fond of Cordelia, though from necessity he had kept himself from being passionately in love. Taking unto himself a wife was a business requiring the functioning of a careful brain rather than a rapturous and therefore perhaps incautious emotion. He could hardly have regarded the matter otherwise, having been brought up on the Plimpton tradition, and having had it always held up to him that his wife must be the social equivalent of that very remarkable woman, his mother. These many weeks his duly careful brain had been finding more and more to approve of in Cordelia. Even if the pageant had been unimportant in all other matters, it would have still been of vital importance in Cordelia's history, in that it was the pageant which provided the occasion for her beauty and her poise to stand out in contrast above the qualities of other women, the occasion for her to win the unqualified approval of Jerry's public and of Jerry's judgment. It was the pageant which finally determined Jerry's mind to propose. And Jerry, having decided to propose, proposed, and Cordelia, having decided to accept, accepted. Their minds, having already settled this essential in advance, had time for several practical details before the drive was over. The announcement of the engagement was, of course, to be left to Cordelia and Mrs. Marlowe, and no one was to be told until after Mrs. Marlowe had received the news. They would be married that fall. Neither cared for a wedding journey. He would have the Plimpton townhouse, which had not been socially open since his mother's death, redecorated, and they would be installed in it before the social season was well underway, and the big house would return to the character it had held in his mother's time. At Jackie's that night, by ascribing all her high spirits to the pageant, Cordelia managed to conceal the exultant triumph that swirled and throbbed within her. She sent a wire asking her mother to meet her the following morning at the Park Avenue apartment, and then after she went to her room for the night, she decided, upon warm impulse, to make just one exception to the agreement that the announcement should come solely from her mother. There was one person who had been so practically helpful, so considerate, so thoroughly the gentleman, that it would be discourteous and unkind to allow him to get the first news solely from the newspapers. She decided to send a letter. This is what she wrote Mr. Franklin, though the letter was not mailed until the following afternoon. Dear Mr. Franklin, you have been so extremely kind to me that I feel I owe it to you to let you have the news of something which has just happened directly from me. I am engaged to be married to Mr. Jerry Plimpton. Perhaps it will not be out of place to repeat here that I shall always feel the honor of the question which you asked me, and I shall always regret any pain which my answer may have inflicted. Of course, I hardly need tell you that with my engagement, our business relationship will necessarily come to an end. I am glad indeed to have been so useful to you, as you have kindly told me I've been, and I am happy in thinking that I really earned the sums you paid me, as you kept assuring me I did. As you know, I needed this money very badly. It will be pleasant to remember, in connection with our relationship, that each of us was of help to the other. I hope that our friendship may be continued into my married life. Wishing you all happiness, I am, sincerely your friend. Cordelia read the letter through carefully. Her mind went to Mr. Franklin and visioned him as he received the letter. She felt profoundly moved. She could see him flinch and pale at the blow, and then with that brave, quiet smile of his, he would hide his heartbreak and try to save her the pain of any sight of his suffering. Ah, there was a true gentleman. End of chapter 22. Read by Paul Hampton. Chapter 23 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 23 Cordelia the Magnificent. The following morning, the smart roadster, which had formerly been a faded and freckled maroon, but now had almost a bridal freshness in its new complexion of hunter's green, drew up again beside the Park Avenue apartment building, and Cordelia, who had excitedly whizzed all the way here from Jackie's, excitedly whizzed upward to unfold her news. The telegram had been received, and her mother and Lily were waiting her. When Cordelia told of her engagement, feminine excitement could blaze no higher. There were tears, embraces, ejaculations, sobs of a delight which mere words were too limited to express. "I knew you'd make a match of this kind," Mrs. Marlowe exclaimed proudly, when she had subsided to a level where being articulate was possible. "And to think of it, Jerry Plimpton! But he's not better than you deserve, my dear, and you'll make him a wife that will be an honor to his family." Lily was relieved to get down from emotional heights. After a spasm of emotion, she always felt ashamed, as though she had been caught indecently dressed, and to restore the self-respect of worldly 15, she had to drawl. "Well, Cordy, old thing, I've sure got to hand it to you for being one grand little money hound. Just think of it. You've copped off a husband who's almost as rich as a bootlegger." Mrs. Marlowe made no attempt to reprove Lily for this impiety. She had long since despaired of curbing her younger daughter's tendency to verbal gammonism. That cure she was going to leave to Miss Harcourt. Mrs. Marlowe's mind now turned to a joyously practical aspect of the engagement. "After this engagement is announced, I believe all these shop people will no longer bother me with their bills," she said with severe dignity, as if rebuking the shopkeepers in their proper persons for their discourtesy in troubling her with their trifles. "In fact, I'm sure they will be only too happy to extend us all the further credit we may wish. In view of the circumstances, we shall need a lot of new things. I mean, Lily and I. You, Cordelia, are, of course, a separate consideration. Lily, in a few days you and I shall start out among the shops to see what we can do, as soon as the announcement has had time to have its effect." Cordelia informed her mother of Jerry's wish that the announcement should issue from Mrs. Marlowe, and issue at once. This was extremely gratifying to Mrs. Marlowe. There was to be no wait before the tradespeople ate their humble pie, and all her friends, all the world, would within another day know this new honor of the Marlowes. So with Lily acting as secretary, despite her general flightiness, Lily wrote a really capable hand. "Mrs. Gregory Marlowe begs to announce," etc., was written off many times. Envelopes were written off many times. Envelopes were addressed to all the city newspapers and all the society journals, and those letters were promptly dropped in the mail chute in the corridor. The formal engraved announcements would go out in due time. Jerry came in for tea that afternoon, and kissed and was kissed by his relatives-to-be. He bore himself ideally with graciousness, affection, good humor. To Mrs. Marlowe he was everything she could dream of in her dizziest dreams as desirable in a son-in-law, of highest birth, highest manners, highest money. As for Jerry, he was pleased with his family-to-be, proud of Cordelia, of course, and in a lesser degree proud of Mrs. Marlowe, for though he admitted that she was not a brilliant woman, she was none the less of one of the best families. But of Lily he was not so proud, nor so fond. He foresaw that Lily might prove to be the one spot of irritation in this new life of his, which was so happily beginning. Particularly was he not so proud nor fond of Lily when, after asking her what he should give her for an engagement present, she glibly answered, 6,000 of your own special brand of cigarettes, 6 dozen silk pajamas, and 6 cases of your best hooch. And after her asking him if it were true what people said, that he was really and truly and honest-to-godly almost as rich as a bootlegger, Jerry smiled at her request and inquiry. But his smile was from the face outward. For all his having mixed for some 30 years on familiar terms with all sorts of the best people, Jerry was dismayed and felt an exasperated inner shame at the shameless outspokenness of this new generation of girls in their mid-teens. He'd have to find means, later on, for curbing this cheeky Lily. She, too, was going to be a beauty like her sister when she grew up. He might be proud of her then, but she would certainly take a lot of curbing. In the meantime, he fervently thanked God she was going to enter Harcourt Hall the following week. His little sister-in-law-to-be could not be in a better reformatory, for Miss Harcourt had the name of taming the wildest material into well-bred ladies. Over their tea, when they considered mundane details, Cordelia asked Jerry as a very great favor to her to consent to a modest wedding. This request was born of an earlier conference with her mother, in which Mrs. Marlowe, who would have loved nothing so much as a big show wedding, mentioned the predicament which arose from the fact of the bride's family being supposed to pay the costs of a wedding, and from the further fact that they had nothing at all with which to pay. Jerry delicately sensed something of the motive behind this request, and he heartily agreed that nothing would suit him so little as the usual big theatrical spectacle staged around the altar. So it was agreed that the wedding should be very modest. Already Cordelia had begun to consider privately if it might not be even simpler, and therefore much easier for her mother, if the two of them just slipped away and were married. The following morning, Cordelia found herself on the first page of every New York newspaper. And it is indeed a wondrous tribute to the extraordinary importance of an engagement or marriage when it can compete on equal terms with the ordinary divorce for first-page eminence. Her pictures were in the papers, too, and a little later she was to receive these pictures by the thousands from all parts of the country. For the moment he learned the news, Kyle Brannon, instead of sending her florist flowers, as he explained, subscribed to a press-clipping bureau in her name. If she had not known before how great was her success, all this newspaper space would have made it plain enough. And Kyle Brannon made it even plainer. When telephoning her of the newspaper flowers he was sending her, he had, of course, begun by congratulating her most warmly. He lapsed for a few phrases into the levity of professional jargon. "If I had as big a picture story as you two have a marriage story, I'd have the biggest picture the world ever saw filmed," he declared over the wire. "You've got a hit, the biggest knockout of 10 years. And so indeed it was. From the moment she drove back to the apartment in her shiny green roadster, Cordelia had determined that her career as a popular guest who made ends meet by being a guest was then and there forever at an end. She needed a convenient place of her own from which she could direct her coming activities. The apartment was the only place she had, and so she decided to remain in town, although the time was then only mid-September, and the days still had their summer heat. For the next 2 months, in fact, up to the very day she drove away to be married, the apartment continued to be her headquarters, which was the longest single period she had spent in her home since she had started on her career of itinerant guest at 18. Since the announcement of the engagement, the telephone was always ringing. One of the liveried attendants of the building was always carrying up bundles of letters. Cordelia had always known she had a long list of friends and had been popular with them. Otherwise, she could not have lived these past 4 years. But she had never guessed she had so many friends as now hastened to tell her of their delight. The whole social register seemed to be taking its pen in hand, or taking its telephone receiver off the hook. Among this multitude of congratulators were, of course, the more intimate friends such as Jackie Thorndyke and Aileen Harkness. Mitchell wrote her a brief note, which she considered rather nice, and Mr. Franklin answered her letter to him with just the tone of gallant gentlemanliness she expected. And later, when he called, he wore just the look of brave, smile-hidden grief that she knew would be on his face. Even Gladys wrote effusively, and even called on Cordelia and kissed her. For Cordelia was about to become a social figure of such unassailable importance that one would be a fool not to be friends with her. Incidentally, it seemed to Cordelia that she had not in all her previous life been kissed by Gladys so frequently and fervently as during the weeks since she had discovered Gladys's secret. But this kiss pressed against Cordelia's cheek was not what was on Gladys's lips on that morning when she first read the announcement of the engagement, nor was the fine, brave look of nobly hidden heartbreak which Cordelia's imagination saw upon Franklin's face the exact look which had overspread his face the morning he had received Cordelia's letter. As he read of her engagement, her tribute to him as a rejected suitor, her notice of the termination of their business relationship, which had been so agreeable and profitable to both of them, and of her gratification at having truly earned the sums he had paid her as he so frequently assured her, the feelings aroused in him were quite other than the noble resignation Cordelia had imagined. As he studied the letter and the changes it meant to him some 40 miles away, Gladys, in bed, was yawning over the headlines of her newspaper. The next moment she was gasping, then swearing violently. Swearing was one of the very private courses, with complete instruction, which Miss Harcourt did not know her excellent school provided. In the following moments, Gladys was flying across the room in her nightgown toward her telephone. She got Mr. Franklin at once. "Have you seen the news?" she cried. "Cordelia Marlowe and Jerry Plimpton engaged." "I've seen it, yes." "But you said you were going to stop any engagement." "Being engaged is not the same as being married," he reminded her. "They are not married yet." "But they will be. My paper says they're to be married soon." "They're not married yet," he repeated. "A lot may happen before then." "But what can we do to stop them, as you said we'd do?" "Perhaps we'd better go over that in a little talk. Will you be in the city today?" She would be. They had their little talk, and the result of it, so far as Gladys could see, was that Mr. Franklin's only plan was his statement that a lot might happen before the marriage. As a matter of fact, this really was Mr. Franklin's chief hope. It was after this that Gladys, somewhat discouraged by Mr. Franklin and her idea of upsetting Cordelia, called upon Cordelia and stamped her with a kiss of loyal affection. And it was after this that Mr. Franklin called upon her, wearing his look of secret sorrow nobly borne. These days of late September and October were days of intoxicating glory for Cordelia, what with the universal congratulations, with her private sense of her achievement, with her sense of the vast interest the public was taking in her, and with the nearness of the greater triumphs which should be hers after she was Mrs. Jerry Plimpton. Her natural graciousness of manner became more gracious. Her high spirits became more sparkling, more communicative of glad thrills to others. Her wings grew more exultantly strong for soaring. Invitations poured in upon her. They were gratifying, but they no longer represented a livelihood. And besides, she was too excitedly busy with Jerry to spare time for accepting invitations. She and Jerry were now devoting themselves to one practical matter they had decided upon on the afternoon of their engagement. This was going over their various homes and starting alterations, which would fit them to Cordelia's taste or fit them for immediate occupancy whenever needed. Accompanied by Mrs. Marlowe, they spent a few days at sea on Jerry's yacht, the Nordic, later to be Cordelia's floating home. Not a change was needed here. With an architect and a decorator added to the entourage, jotting down memoranda of the instructions given to them, the three visited the great cottage at Newport, disestablished for a decade, and after that they spent a week at Jerry's Adirondack camp, whose rugged out-of-doorness was represented by a main cottage and 14 guest cottages, all steam-heated and with tiled baths. But most of their redecorative energies were given to the Fifth Avenue house, which was to be the residence first used. Here Jerry smilingly allowed Cordelia complete sway, as he had at the other establishments. It pleased him to have the future Mrs. Plimpton be the mistress to the last detail of her several future homes. No material aspect of her coming marriage gave such day after day substantial gratification to Cordelia as these homes and the business of refitting them. These homes signified to her a magnificent reversal of her former role. No longer was she to be merely a desirable guest. She was to become a most desired hostess. And as a hostess, she would entertain as she had never been entertained. Gossip, of course, took note of these activities and guessed the social program at which they pointed. Gossipy's tongue wagged excitedly with questions, conjectures, weak-voiced doubts, loud-voiced affirmations, in country homes, in mountain lodges, in the few drawing rooms that were beginning to open, and more discreetly in the society columns of the newspapers. Would Cordelia ever make the great social figure that Jerry's mother had been? Some declared yes, some feared no, but all agreed that she would prove a marvelous hostess, and all admitted that she was the most brilliant young star in the social firmament. The general attitude toward Cordelia was reflected, perhaps in an exaggerated degree, by one of the great world's lesser but respected figures on the day Cordelia drove Lily out to Harcourt Hall to begin the treatment which was to transmute Lily's dross into the pure gold of a lady. Miss Harcourt almost made genuflections in her delight at Cordelia's visit. She no longer ventured to first name or my dear her former pupil. Miss Marlowe, I always foretold that you, of all my girls, were destined to shine as the brightest, she said in awed respect. And Miss Marlowe, I was right. I hope you will honor us. We shall count it an honor by visiting your sister as often as you can. And you may count on this, Miss Marlowe. We shall do our best for Miss Lily, our very best. When Cordelia drove away from the school which had so largely shaped her life, she could not have felt that this school had paid her greater obeisance, even had Miss Harcourt creaked down on her pudgy kneecaps and reverently kissed her felt. In these happy premarital days, the delicate considerateness of Jerry did not pause with turning over his houses to Cordelia. There were his mother's jewels. He took her to the vault where they were stored and showed them to her. The famous jewels that had not been upon a woman's person for now almost a dozen years. These jewels were now all hers, he told her. Of course, she would not want to wear them until after the marriage, but they were hers. She drew a deep, quivering breath as she held those tumbling masses of gleaming color, of leaping light in her two hands. Hers, all hers. Nor did the delicate considerateness of Jerry pause even here. He knew the exact condition of the Marlowe fortune, or thought he did. He knew Cordelia would not have one penny of her own after her marriage. That was quite all right with him. He was under no necessity of having his wife bring money into the family. But it was an old Plimpton tradition that their wives have separate and independent incomes, and when their wives did not bring the incomes were settled upon them. It had perhaps now grown to be a matter of inherited pride with the male Plimptons that their wives should never need to ask for money. At any rate, with delicate frankness and excusing his action by the Plimpton custom, Jerry brought up the subject of a wifely income and pressed his point, with the result that there were visits to the offices of his attorneys, and finally papers were drawn up and executed, settling $100,000 a year upon Cordelia, the transfer to go in effect on the day she became his wife. Jerry made it clear to her that all running expenses, all general bills, were to be paid for out of his own funds. This $100,000 a year was for her own personal expenses, her modistes bills and the like, her pin money, to be spent exactly as she pleased, with no accounting. As the necessity for dining out in order to get a dinner, of forever going visiting in order to keep a home, had been banished, so now had that other terrible Marlowe specter, the eternal lack of money. She now had money all her own, and all the money any woman might by any possibility ever possibly need. All these days Cordelia lived in sparkling thrills, succeeded by yet more sparkling thrills. Her body, her nerves, her spirit were all coruscations of delight. At last she had everything she had ever dreamed of, more of it, and all of it better. What difficulties she had secretly surmounted, how skillfully she had secretly managed. What a dazzling roadshow now stretched wide and open and easy and far before her. Yes, of a truth had she proved her sober right to that old half-jesting title. More than ever was she Cordelia the Magnificent. End of chapter 23. Read by Paul Hampton.
Chapter 24 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dodi. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 24. How Mitchell Apologized to Himself. All these exhilarating days Cordelia's sky had been ever of deepest blue. Not a single cloud had marred that unfailing blue, and if a cloud existed anywhere in all the heavens, it had remained below Cordelia's horizon. Then a cloud did lift itself above the skyline of her life. It appeared first in the form of Mitchell. These last several weeks Cordelia had not given Mitchell a serious thought. She had been too busy to dwell upon him, and she had not seen him since her triumph at the pageant. To be sure, her mind had flitted to him a few times and had vagrantly wondered what he was doing. But she asked no one about him, and had no slightest idea what this occupation he had turned to since quitting his butlering career. As for Mitchell, aside from his brief note of congratulation, he had made no slightest attempt to intrude upon Cordelia's new life. When they did meet, it was not in consequence of an attempt on his part at intrusion. It was pure chance, though they were certain to have been thrown together sooner or later. The afternoon of their meeting was one of the few afternoons that Jerry had not been able to spend with her. She was coming out of a Fifth Avenue shop, alone, and was crossing toward her limousine, Jerry's limousine, at her disposal during these weeks, when she saw Mitchell almost upon her. She stopped and held out her hand with a smile. "Why, Mr. Mitchell!" she exclaimed. She had once planned, when she should meet, that she would cut him dead. It now happened just the other way. His face was white, tight, and blank with unrecognition, and he ignored her hand and strode on. Stupefied, she gazed after him. She could not believe this thing. But instantly he had turned sharply about and was gripping her arm. "After all, I must say it," he declared in a fierce whisper. "I must see you a few minutes where we'll be alone." Her compliance was determined as much by her paralyzing stupefaction as by the fierce dominance of his manner. We can take a drive in my car," she suggested. "And perhaps have your chauffeur over here, and perhaps understand? I'd rather risk a taxi driver." He hailed a taxicab, helped her in, called "Up the avenue" to the driver, and stepped in beside her. The eyes in which heretofore she had seen only smiles, good-humored, cynical, or teasing, now blazed on her with withering accusation and disdain. Her dazed spirit had begun to recover its vigorous confidence. "What's all this about?" she demanded. "About several things, all of which are one thing," he said fiercely, slowly, his eyes stabbing her with their disdain. "In the first place, I have insulted myself most horribly. I want to regain my self-respect, if that is possible, by apologizing to myself, and apologizing to myself in your presence." "Go on." "I insulted my self-respect when I asked you to marry me." "What?" she flamed at him. "I then said to myself that I loved you. I did love you at that time. Perhaps my heart still loves you. But my sense of decency doesn't love you. My self-respect, which once let me ask you to marry you, now demands that I tell you that I despise you more than any woman I know." "You dare say that to me?" she cried furiously. "I do." He drove at her with a slow, fierce relentlessness. "And I'll tell you why I despise you. I despise you because you are a liar, and a blackmailer, and a girl of good chances who has turned into just an ordinary adventuress." Her amazed fury was for a moment almost incoherent. You say, and then, "You can't make charges like those and then think I'm going to rest quiet under them. You've got to come out in the open, if you're not a coward, and say just what you mean." "To say just what I mean? That's exactly why I've got you here. But, first of all, I'm going to tell you how I happened to find out about you. You remember about my having a talk with your Mr. Franklin, and his making me a proposition that sounded very suspicious? You remember telling me that Gladys had told you she was paying more heavily than ever for blackmail? You accused me of getting it. At the time, I didn't take this seriously, for I thought Gladys was just lying. You'll remember that I asked you if by any chance you had unconsciously dropped a hint of Gladys's secret to your Mr. Franklin. It occurred to me that if you had dropped a hint to your Mr. Franklin, then, unknown to you, he might be the person who was levying the blackmail Gladys had spoken about. You will remember that, to my question, you returned the reply that you had made no mention of Gladys's affair to your Mr. Franklin. I believe you remember all those things? That you will admit that these are statements of facts?" If fury could have burned, Mitchell would have been a cinder. "I admit these things, yes, but you have not said a thing thus far, not a thing, that proves your cowardly slander." "I'll prove it in 2 minutes, don't you worry. For a time, I paid no attention to these facts I have just outlined. Then, somehow, by a natural affinity, they all came together in my mind. I began to think them over. Together, they looked very suspicious. I decided to learn the truth. You were concerned. I had to know the truth about you. The one person easiest for me to get the truth, or part of the truth, out of was Gladys. I remembered the trick you had used to get her secret out of her, working her into such a temper as made her forget all discretion, all self-control. The other day I used your trick. In her wild rage, she let the facts come tumbling out of her. And those facts, Miss Marlowe, prove everything I called you." "You've not proved anything yet," she cried. "All right. If you will be obstinate in your pretense of innocence, we'll just go over those names I called you one by one. First, as to the liar. I asked you if you had told your Mr. Franklin anything of Gladys's secret. You told me you had not said a word. You lied then, lied flatly. I have the facts, and you might as well admit you lied." "That was no lie," she stormed. "No one but you would dare call it such. A client's relations with her attorney are confidential. Not even a court would demand to know what had passed between a woman and her attorney in confidence. Oh, so you would try to take refuge in that old evasion, he sneered. The sanctity of the legal confessional. Oh, my God, you poor cheap thing. But we'll come back to the liar. We'll now pass on to the blackmailer. I know that you did tell your Mr. Franklin about Gladys. He could have learned the facts from no other person but you, and he certainly knew the facts. Your Mr. Franklin has been blackmailing Gladys. I forced everything out of her. She showed me one canceled check for $15,000. She pays him $60,000 a year. The thing is covered by a contract for legal services, but it is plainly blackmail, and Gladys admits it is blackmail. Your clever Mr. Franklin is blackmailing, with you as his clever assistant. She had begun to have a dim, appalling sense that, somewhere, truth might be hidden in what he was saying. It's not so, she declared, but without her former vigor. Of course you try to play your bluff till the end, but it's no use, I tell you. Here's another point. I didn't know until the other day that you really do not have much money. That, in fact, despite the show you put up, you personally haven't very much more money than I got from my aunt, and I'm just an ordinary working man. But these last few months you've been spending a lot for a person who has so little. All those new clothes, the car done over, thousands of dollars. Where did that money come from? That's my business. I'll tell you where it came from your Mr. Franklin. Part of the blackmail he has collected with your help. Answer me this question if you dare, and I dare you to answer it honestly. Isn't it a fact that you've been having money from Mr. Franklin? Yes, but it has been for honest service, honestly performed. He laughed harshly. If I thought you believed that yourself, I'd add another word to those I've called you. I'd say that you are a fool. You are many things, but you certainly are no fool. You are far too wise to help in a game like this, and still be ignorant and innocent of what was really going on. Mr. Franklin could not be paying you any such sums as he was paying you, unless it was blackmail money. You can't expect me or anyone else to believe otherwise, and you yourself know that what I've said is the truth. No, the money you had from your Mr. Franklin was just ordinary blackmail. Your whole game is now as clear as day. Your whole purpose in coming out to Rolling Meadows was to carry out your and Mr. Franklin's plan of blackmailing Gladys. His injustice was going too far. It was not, she cried hotly. I came to Rolling Meadows to protect Gladys. Don't lie to me, he commanded in savage contempt. I've caught you in one lie, and your lies don't fool me a moment. And please don't insult my intelligence by telling such a feeble lie as that you came to protect Gladys. Protect Gladys from me, when every penny I was taking from Gladys was being saved to meet Gladys's own obligations in case she ever flunked them. You protect Gladys? When right after you learned her story you told Mr. Franklin, and a few days later your blackmail machine was going full speed. God, what a weak-wit of a liar you are. She tried to retort to this, but he snapped her off. Don't try more lies. Besides, you're not here to talk. You're here to listen. This game against Gladys? I'll bet it was not your only game of the sort. I bet you and your Mr. Franklin have been playing it elsewhere right along. I've called you a liar and a blackmailer, and I've proved both. Now I'm going to prove you an adventuress. You've been using your social position to gain information which you could use to levy blackmail. And you've been using your blackmail money to make a splurge, to fascinate men, especially to trap Jerry Plimpton. Shut up, he cried fiercely, when at this last she tried to gasp out an interruption. And he went on with his torrent of molten words, his eyes blazing at her. I told you you were here to listen. There, I've proved all 3 counts: liar, blackmailer, adventuress. And to think that I was so blind that I let you fool me and let you use me. My friends have called me an idealist, a Don Quixote, a good-natured idiot who would be trapped by his own good nature. They were right. And I'm even worse than all that. To think of it, I fell for you, and even helped you in your schemes. I loved you, but I thought I wasn't really good enough for you. I wanted you to have the very best chance, even with the man I saw as my chief rival. And that, though I had my doubts about Jerry Plimpton being really fine enough for you. In my crazy idealism, I made Gladys step aside for you. I made her write that letter to Jerry Plimpton. My God! To think that I fell for you, helped you! That's all. Except to say that, even with you, what you are, I am not going to tell on you. And except to say that Jerry Plimpton's 100 times too good for you. And except to say that I'm 10,000 times too good for you. You made a fool of me, yes. But now you know that I'm one person who'll always be on to you. And I've apologized to my self-respect. Now I'm through with you. Drive on. Goodbye. With that, he stopped the cab, stepped out, handed the driver $5, and without glancing back at her, walked rapidly away through the straggling crowd of Upper Fifth Avenue. She stared after his erect figure with angry, horror-filled eyes, forgetful of all else except him and what he had said, until the driver brought her to with, "Where to, ma'am?" She gave the order to return to the waiting limousine, and in a swirling chaos she drove to her car, and in a swirling chaos she drove home, and locked herself in her room. So dazed, so appalled, so wrought up was she, that she did not definitely know what she thought or felt. She could not possibly have separated and analyzed her emotional content. But 2 sensations, each of them part thought and part emotion, dominated all her other wild ferment. One was outraged fury at the very real injustice which had been part of the substance of everything Mitchell had said. The other was a sense of the dazing possibility that the other part of what he had said might be true, and mixed with this sense was a shivering fear. It was this fear, and not her indignation, which swelled within her as the minutes and hours passed, with her sitting there staring at nothing. Could those things possibly be true? Could she have been fooled? Been made the instrument of Mr. Franklin's devices? Was this money, which had been supporting the family, supporting her, all these months in reality the fruits of blackmail? She remembered that Gladys had said she was paying more blackmail than ever. Something now whispered insistently in Cordelia that Gladys had then spoken the truth. She remembered that Mitchell had said he had not increased his exaction. The same whisper insisted that Mitchell had also then spoken the truth. She remembered that Mr. Franklin had said he could not stop the blackmail. To stop it would require time. And the same whisper began to suggest doubt of these statements, and doubt of every aspect of Mr. Franklin and her relations with him. Beside, staring at her was the fact that she had told him Gladys' secret. And Gladys had told her she was paying more than ever, and Mitchell had said that Gladys had told him that all this extra money was being paid to Mr. Franklin. Both of which statements, it now seemed to Cordelia, might very likely be true. And staring at her was the fact that she and her mother had received large sums from Mr. Franklin, who certainly had not protected Gladys. She grew chilled with the deductions with the logic of these considerations forced upon her. Yes, it might all be true. And if true, why, she, Cordelia... But she shrank from the direction in which that thought led. It came to her that she might end the suspense, learn just what was the truth, by going to Mr. Franklin and demanding the facts. But on considering this as a practical action, She found she lacked the courage for it. She did not want to see Mr. Franklin again or speak to him. She admitted to herself she did not want to know the truth. It would be better not to know. She was afraid. And so long as she did not know the truth, she was innocent. One resolve she did make. It first flashed into her as an inspiration. It came as a great light that clears away all the black dreads of the night. It brought infinite relief. She would pay back all they had had from Mr. Franklin. Even were she unconsciously guilty, this was the extent of her guilt. That she had foolishly, but innocently, taken his money. Well, she could pay him back, every penny. That would make everything right. She wished she could make this repayment instantly, and so be all clean, so close the matter forever. But they had spent the money for Mr. Franklin. They had never had less ready money than at present. In fact, they were now living almost entirely upon the credit which was being eagerly extended everywhere in view of the nearing marriage. That was most unfortunate, her not having the ready money. But, and here a swift thought thrilled her with further relief, she soon would have the ready money, as soon as she was married. Her own money, the fortune Jerry had settled upon her. Money for which she did not have to account to a living soul. Once married, Mr. Franklin would promptly have every dollar back. The whole affair would then be wiped clean from her life. The question came, should she tell Jerry? If he knew, Jerry would probably be prompted to advance the money immediately, or pay off the obligation at once, and she would be free of the matter without a day's delay. But as she considered the idea of telling Jerry, objections developed, small, but not exactly pleasant. The affair was rather complicated, and it would be rather difficult to explain so that he would understand, and then, well, after she explained, could Jerry fully understand? She decided that it would be wiser and simpler not to tell Jerry. The matter was not one that affected their relations as an engaged couple. It was not as if her honor, her standing were affected, as if she were any the less personally. And anyhow, there was not much longer to wait. She could wait, quietly repay Mr. Franklin with her own money, and then, when the whole affair had receded into the untroublous region of distant memory, then she would tell Jerry. Tell it lightly, humorously, as a bit of a sort of foolishness which a girl may be drawn into before she has a big, wise husband to keep her from the paths of folly. Tell it as a joke on herself. And at this later time, when there was nothing to trouble over, Jerry would laugh at it as a joke. But despite these inspirations, these decisions, which should have quieted her, Cordelia was not quieted. Following that ride with Mitchell, there was not a day when this matter did not recur to her, some days many times, and stir her with unease. 2 or 3 times Jerry caught a strained, faraway look in her eyes. "Anything worrying you, Cordy?" he asked. "Oh, not a thing in the world," she assured him. Then she forced a look of whimsical trouble. "Nothing, except that your wife's coming to you broke and a deadbeat, and she's worrying about the awful amount of money you're spending on her." "That's one worry a kiss should eradicate." And so he eradicated it. "Now, look pleasant." She did so, and looked so effectively pleasant that he gravely suggested, in case money should ever become a worry with them, that he would rebuild their fortune by putting canned kisses on the market as a magic beautifier. They had settled upon the 15th of November for their quiet wedding, and Cordelia began to look feverishly forward to this day as the day of her release. When this was still 3 weeks off, reporters and cameramen began to haunt them in anticipation of the great event, and it was at this time that they began to speak openly of a procedure which had been nebulously in Cordelia's mind all during the engagement: a runaway marriage. It was the end of October that Jerry, provoked by a woman reporter from a newspaper which made a specialty of love romances in its colored Sunday supplement, came out flatly, unequivocally upon the subject. "I'm absolutely fed up on these new hounds, with their smelling and baying as they trail a fellow's every footstep to the altar," he exclaimed. "What do you say, Cordy? Let's put one over on the whole damnable and forever be damned bunch. Let's do what we've talked about. Fade quietly out of the scene and have a marriage that's nobody's business but our own. And let's do it tomorrow." "Let's," she agreed. "We'll get the license in the morning and then be away. None of our places are fit to stay in, and we don't want to go to a hotel. How about Aunt Janet's place? You know she's been begging us to take it for part of our honeymoon. Aunt Janet's in town, but she keeps her Long Island place running. Plenty of servants and all that. All I need do is just phone her, and she'll do the rest. Any objections?" "Carried unanimously." "Then tomorrow, my dear, tomorrow you and I'll stage one wedding that isn't just a benefit performance for the damned newspapers. We'll show 'em, my dear." Rapidly they discussed and settled the details of this escape. Presently he kissed her good night. "Never again," he whispered, "would a good night kiss be a kiss of parting." After Jerry had gone, Cordelia was free to walk her room excitedly, to speak exultantly to herself in her vast relief. Just one more day. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 25, The Wedding Day. The practical details Cordelia and Jerry had settled before that last goodnight kiss which would ever part them were these. To escape those confounded newshounds, they would that night pack their trunks with their honeymoon equipment, and at an unwatchful slumberous hour after midnight, one of Jerry's cars would call for the trunks and transport them out to his Aunt Janet's. Their more immediate and intimate necessities each would pack into a bag, and then, if the whim should strike them on the road not to go to his aunt's for a day or two, they would be equipped to slip off to wherever fancy led them. These 2 bags they would carry with them in their own car on the morrow. But these bags would not be in their car when they drove down to the city hall in the morning to secure a license. Bags in a waiting car, plus 2 persons emerging from the license bureau, might give their whole show away if one of those damned reporters should be hanging around. But merely getting a license was not in their case a suspicious circumstance. A license was good for any period. It was a marriage kept in storage until needed. Most couples, as a matter of convenience, secured their licenses several days in advance of the day of their intended use. And there was a further circumstance that would avert suspicion from Cordelia and Jerry. Their marriage had publicly been set for the 15th of November, and if they were just moderately careful, no one would suspect a change of date until all was over. Jerry would, in the early morning, bring his bag over to the Park Avenue apartment and leave it there. They would then drive down and, in an unsuspicious manner, get their license. Then they would return uptown and quickly get the 2 bags and shoot away. Yes, that would certainly be putting it over on the newspapers. And as it was planned, so it was done. At 10 o'clock the following morning, it was the morning of Halloween, by the way, they walked out of City Hall, the license in Jerry's inner pocket, and unhurriedly crossed to Jerry's roadster parked near their Hall of Records. No one had seemed to notice them. The thing had worked. But a few things had happened, and more now began to happen, of which they were unaware. For instance, They were both totally unaware that for many days past, certain apparently stolid gentlemen with obvious manner of uninterest in them had been watching every move they made. 2 of these gentlemen had noted and followed up the post-midnight movement of trunks, and another pair of these gentlemen had observed the entrance of Jerry's suitcase into Cordelia's apartment house. These 2 items, as had every other item of action, were duly reported over the wire to Mr. Franklin. And even while Cordelia and Jerry, rejoicing inwardly at the success of their strategy, were stepping into their car beside the Hall of Records, someone in the office of the license clerk, stimulated to watchfulness and obliging promptness by a gratifying fee, was duly reporting the issuance of the license to Mr. Franklin's office. Trunks sent secretly to the country, plus a traveling bag, plus a marriage license, was not a difficult problem in addition and deduction for Mr. Franklin. He had kept to his policy, difficult though restraint had been, of waiting for something to happen, something that would proceed from outside himself, that would not involve him. But something had not happened. He now must make something happen. He acted with the swift exactness of a general who had been waiting 0 hour. Everything had been thought out, prepared for. Just 1 minute after the last of these reports had come in over the telephone, Mr. Franklin had Rolling Meadows on the wire and was talking to Gladys. His voice was sharp, peremptory. Miss Marlowe and Mr. Plimpton are planning to slip away and be married today. We've— What? Gasped Gladys. And you promised to stop. Don't interrupt. We've got to act quick. Now get everything I tell you and get it all straight. First of all, get Miss Marlowe's apartment on the wire and ask her to come out to see you at once. Make it important. You've got to see her at once, within the hour. Don't give any hint that you suspect what they're going to do. They are planning to spend their honeymoon out at Mr. Plimpson's aunt's place. That's not far from you. They probably intend to be married quietly, somewhere out in that part of the country. So coming to see you will not seem to them much out of their way. It won't seem to them any real delay, and particularly they'll not object, since they can pretend to you that they're just out for a drive or a weekend visit. And if you make seeing Miss Marlowe a most pressing matter, they'll not have stopped to be married before they arrive. Make it important, most important, and they'll be sure to come. But what reason can I give Cordelia? A reason that will bring her here? Tell her something has suddenly come up about Francois. Something you simply must see her about. Not an hour's delay. Something you can't tell her over the wire. Francois, she likes him. That will bring her. All right. I understand all that. When they come, have them shown directly into the library. It's away from the rest of the house, and they won't notice anything that's happening while they wait. The library. It's important. You'll remember that? The library. I'll remember. Anything else? Yes. As soon as you've talked to Miss Marlowe, get that Mrs. Jackie Thorndyke on the wire. Use whatever excuse you think will get her over. But get her over. And at once. I'm sure I can get her. But what for? No time now to tell you. May never tell you, for we may not use her. Keep yourself out of sight on some excuse till I come, and then leave things to me as your attorney. I'll be there not many minutes behind Miss Marlowe and Mr. Plimpton, and I'll probably bring Mrs. Marlowe with me. She won't know why she's there any more than Mrs. Thorndyke, and they may never know. They're just for use in an emergency, and let's hope there'll be no emergency. Now, remember everything I've said, and don't waste a second. That's all till I see you. Goodbye. One moment. Don't hang up, cried Gladys. there's something you'd perhaps better know. Mitchell will be here. This is Halloween or his birthday or something, and he promised to spend the day with Francois. Would rather Mitchell wasn't going to be there, but I don't see how it can be helped. And I guess his being there won't make any difference. I don't look for trouble. Goodbye. The next minute, Franklin was talking to Mrs. Marlowe. Cordelia and Jerry were then not more than a mile on their uptown journey. "Good morning, Mrs. Marlowe," he said in the gracious, respectful voice she liked so much. "By the way, there's just been an unexpected development in your business affair. Some of your stocks. Nothing unpleasant, but extremely important that I should consult you at once. And I'd rather, if you can arrange it, that Miss Marlowe did not at present know of our interview. I can get in my car and drive straight up. If all this suits you, I wonder if you could arrange so that there will not be a minute's unnecessary delay?" "I shall be glad to see you," said the pleased Mrs. Marlowe. "Come right up. No, just a moment while I think." Her roving eyes had caught Cordelia's bag, and that reminded her that Cordelia would soon be back. "My daughter will be leaving the house for the day in perhaps a quarter of an hour. If you are in a hurry and yet wish to avoid her, you might drive up and wait inside of the entrance of the house. There may be a car down in front. The car shall be going in. If the car is still there, you can watch it, and as soon as my daughter goes down and drives away, you may come right up." "Excellent. I'll do that. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you'd be willing to talk business in my car? It's a closed car and very comfortable. I have a frightful headache this morning, and I was thinking I'd like to get out into the air. We can talk as we drive. I've come to my own conclusions regarding your business, and am leaving in the office instructions based on those conclusions. If after our talk you wish a different course pursued, we can stop anywhere, and I can telephone in a new set of instructions. If such a plan suits you," he ended persuasively, "we might run into the country a bit, and for me it would turn business into an hour or two of holiday." The plan did suit Mrs. Marlowe, suited her very much indeed, and she said so. It had been a dismal, nerve-exhausting prospect, this sitting alone in the apartment while her daughter was off somewhere going through the great climax of marriage. The drive would be a most welcome relief. And so, hardly 5 minutes behind Cordelia and Jerry, Mr. Franklin's limousine followed uptown. When Cordelia and Jerry appeared at the apartment, Mrs. Marlowe was careful not to mention Mr. Franklin's name, but she reported that Gladys Norworth had just called up twice and had left an urgent message that Cordelia should ring her up the moment she came in. It was of the very greatest importance. Cordelia, though restless to be away, complied with the request, and over the wire Gladys repeated what Franklin had ordered her to say concerning Francois. With Cordelia, nothing else could have been so effective. She liked Francois for himself, and then his small figure was behind, most significantly behind, all the larger things that had recently happened in her life. This call, as she reasoned, would not have come if this sudden development concerning Francois did not also concern her. She asked Gladys to hold the wire, muffled the mouthpiece with her palm, and turned toward Jerry. What each said was in substance just what Franklin judged would be their reactions. "It's Gladys, Jerry. She says something has happened to Francois, and she asked me to come at once. If you don't mind, I'd like very much to stop by. I'd like it very much, Jerry. It won't take long, and it's really not much out of our direction." "Just as you like, Cordy. And they won't guess what we're up to. We're off for the usual weekend. That will explain our bags if they happen to notice them." 5 minutes later, they were headed for Queensboro Bridge, thence to streak across Long Island, like a domesticized meteor in Jerry's imported Hispano-Suiza car with its airplane motor. Jerry especially chuckling with delight over the manner in which he had outwitted the news hounds. Neither had an idea that, only a few minutes behind them, drove Mr. Franklin and Mrs. Marlowe, the latter giving her approval to his ideas concerning those purely hypothetical stocks upon whose income she had been supporting her family these many months. And since Mrs. Marlowe was content with his suggestions, she was quite content to drive on and have a bit of the crisp Long Island air. And neither Jerry nor Cordelia had an idea, as yet, that after all they had not succeeded in that wonderfully clever stratagem for eluding the reporters, that those 3 closed cars behind, which seemed to be holding their own direction, were each loaded with determined newspapermen. Wise though both of them were in most worldly matters, Jerry and Cordelia were not fully acquainted with one sober fact of modern life, that when newspapermen do not wish to be eluded, newspapermen usually are not eluded. They knew their marriage was an important event, but they did not realize that the marriage of Cordelia Marlowe and Jerry Plimpton could no more escape the newspapers than that of England's Princess Mary to the gentleman's name for the moment escapes the present writer, when its turn came to fascinate the public's romantic minds some 4 or 5 months later. As they stepped from Jerry's racer in front of Gladys's house, Francois came darting out from the spruce, shouting, "Mother Cordelia!" She kissed him and hugged him in great relief. She had feared that Gladys's vague and peremptory message might have meant that the boy was critically ill. As she released him and straightened up to continue into the house, she heard a voice call, "Better come to me now, Francois." And she then saw Mitchell standing aloof a dozen yards away. He was rather pale, but was otherwise as composed as usual, and he bowed slightly. She bowed formally in return, remembering the afternoon he had abducted her in a taxicab and the disdain with which he had lashed her. Head held proudly high, she led the way up the steps and to the door. When Gladys's butler admitted Cordelia and Jerry, he said that Gladys was busy with a telephone call, and that they were pleased to wait in the library, where she would presently come, and to it he led the way, and there left them. The library was at the side of the house, farthest away from the main entrance, the driveway, and the garage, and all the ground floor rooms in most common use. It had that apartness, that remoteness, which are ideal for a library, having been planned by an architect who had provided for a greater fondness for books and bookly quiet than had ever been shown by the dead Mr. Norworth and his wife, or by their daughter. The architect had also provided a literary retreat even more quiet, for adjoining the library, with a door into the library and another door opening into a private corridor, was that dream of the luxurious bibliophile, a soundproof study. Several minutes passed. Cordelia remarked to Jerry that Gladys must be having one of those weekend telephone visits. She was feeling restless, apprehensive, but she tried not to show this to Jerry. Then the butler reappeared. "Several gentlemen from the newspaper are here," he announced. "They say they would very much like to see you." Both Cordelia and Jerry had sprung up, and both had gasped, "Reporters?" It was Jerry who answered, and his answer was emphatic. "You may say to the newspaper gentlemen that we would very much not to see them." Very well, sir. They said I was also to say to you, if you refuse to see them, that they know you are going to be married today, and that they simply must have the news. I was to say to you that it would be very much pleasanter for you and for them if you would consent to seeing them and consent to their being present at the ceremony. Otherwise, they'd have to— "Tell them all to go to hell," exploded Jerry. "Tell them it's none of their damn business." "Yes, sir. Very well, sir." As the butler made his exit, Cordelia and Jerry stared at each other in dismay. Their inspired plan for non-publicity had come to this. They were incoherent in the exasperation of their suddenly foiled desire, and before coherence could be regained, the butler was back once more. "Miss Norworth wishes to see Miss Marlowe in the study," he said, and crossing the library, he opened the heavy door to the study, and after she had passed in, he closed it behind her. The study was empty. Strange how many delays Gladys was having this morning, Cordelia thought as she sat down. A few moments passed. Then the door, which opened from the private corridor, softly opened and as softly closed. Cordelia rose in sudden alarm as she saw that the person who had joined her was not Gladys. "Mr. Franklin?" she exclaimed. "Good morning, Miss Marlowe," he said pleasantly. "I happen to be out here seeing my client, Miss Norworth, on a matter of business. She will be detained a few minutes more. While you wait, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a little chat with you. Won't you please be seated?" For the first time in his presence, Cordelia felt fear and dislike of this polished man, but her pride concealed both. "I'd prefer not to talk with you just at present," she said formally. "I'll wait for Miss Norworth in the library." She moved toward the library door. With a quick step, he intercepted her. "Perhaps you will be willing to talk when you know what I wish to talk about," he said, still in his pleasant manner. "About our business relations. I really have not yet answered your letter terminating our connections. I wish to answer it now. I have something of very great importance to say, and it should be said immediately." His voice had not altered its agreeable quality, but for her it had the quality of command. "Very well, but please make what you say brief." "I hope that you will help me make it brief. With your permission, I shall tell Mr. Plimpton I am with you. He knows I am your attorney, so he can check Miss Norworth if she comes through the library. I'm sure we won't wish Miss Norworth to overhear any part of our business talk." She was instantly certain that he was in the study by arrangement with Gladys, but she assented with a nod. He opened the library door, greeted Jerry, then said, "Miss Norworth seems to be delayed. Miss Marlowe and I wish to talk over a little matter of business. It will only require a few moments. And if Miss Norworth comes through the library, will you please detain her until we have finished?" Jerry thought this appearance of Franklin somewhat odd, but he knew of Franklin's professional relation to both Gladys and Cordelia, and he promised. Franklin closed the door and recrossed toward Cordelia, his face still smiling. "And now, since we are to have our talk, won't you please be seated?" "I promised to help you make this brief, and I shall make it so brief that we will not need to sit down." She felt that she had herself well in hand. She knew she was cool, dignified, distant, distinctly superior. "To get to our business, for some time I have felt that perhaps I should not have accepted the money which I had from you during the course of our recent business relations. I prefer not to go into the reasons behind this feeling. It will be sufficient to say that for some time I have had the determination to repay you every dollar of the sums received. You know that after my marriage I shall have ample funds entirely my own. Since the reporters know it, you doubtless also know that I am to be married today. That knowledge should be a guarantee to you that you will receive payment in full within the next few days. I believe this closes the subject of all the business there is to be discussed between us." There, she had said it, and said it extremely well. "That can hardly close the business," he returned, "for that is not at all the subject I got you here to discuss." "I do not know of any other subject." "Surely you do. Something of far more importance than money or its return. You will recall that I once told you I loved you and asked you to marry me." "I prefer not to reopen that subject," she said haughtily. "At that time you said no," he continued. "I then told you that I should hope on, that I should never give you up. I have not given you up. My real business is this, to tell you again that I love you, and to ask you again to marry me." Her gaze was a scorching flame. "You get me here with you by a trick to tell me that on my wedding day?" Whatever had been blazing within him, ravening at his heart, he had up to this moment maintained a surface of poise and pleasant-mannered self-restraint. But now there was an instantaneous change. His face, his manner, his words were what his heart was, and his heart was crazy in its love for Cordelia. He made a quick stride and gripped her upper arms. "Cordelia, you're going to marry me, not that man waiting in the library," he cried, his voice shaking with his passion. "He hasn't love to give you, Cordelia. He has only money. I have love, and I'll get you all the money you'll ever want. I love you, Cordelia. I love you. Don't you see how I love you? God, how I love you. And I always will love you. Always." During the first moment of the rush of his mad words, Cordelia was so stunned and horrified by the sudden outburst that she was powerless to move or speak. "Let me go! Let me go!" she now gasped, and struggled to tear herself free from those clinging hands. She got one arm loose, and with all her young strength drove a fist into those lips, spilling their abominable and abominated love. "You beast, you!" she cried. "You beast! To dare to talk like that to me! Let go my other arm!" He loosed his clutch. Gasping, she glared at him for the supreme insult he had dared put upon her. He had not, in his serious moments, ever believed that any such mad avowal of love would avail to win her, but passion had seized him and swept him for a minute out of his mind's control. But now, once more, by a great effort, his mind was master of his passions. "Stand out of my way," she cried imperiously. "I've had enough of this." He made no move to obey. "I love you," he said, his voice now quiet. "But if you will not marry me for love, there is still another reason why you will marry me." The strange confidence with which he spoke, the absurdity, the utter impossibility of what he said, were such as to draw from her a question. "What reason is that?" she demanded. He was now on safe ground. He knew just how to handle people when he finally had them in a position from which they could not extricate themselves. He was calm, though exultant within, because he knew that she was going to accept him, that in just a few minutes she was going to be his fiancée, not Jerry Plimpton's. Because though you may not love me, you love what the world thinks of you, he said. Therefore, you'd much rather marry me than allow me to tell the world what I know about you. Tell what you know about me? She exclaimed, not yet seeing in what direction he was leading her. Yes, tell what I know, and all I know. There's your choice, and it's simple. Either marry me, or I tell. But what is there to tell? Plenty. That you're a blackmailer, that you're an adventuress, that you and your family have been making a social show entirely on blackmail money. Even in her dumbfounded wrath, she had a sense that these same things had been said to her before. By whom? Oh, yes, by Mitchell. It will be a very nice story, he continued. The great Cordelia Marlowe. Cordelia the Magnificent, I believe they sometimes call you. Keeping up her fine front by blackmailing her friends. Yes, a very nice story indeed. And I don't have to ask the world to take my unsupported word. I have documents. Your signatures, you know. Now, don't you see that your best chance for a happy married life is with me? Only slowly had she got the full significance of what he had been saying, and of what that clearly implied concerning the whole of their relationship. The thing stupefied her with its horror. So, all this while you've been lying to me, leading me into a trap? Exactly, if you wish to put it in unpleasant language. And you trapped me so that you could blackmail me into marrying you? Exactly, though I had hoped you would marry me without my being driven to use unpleasant pressure. She stared at him, speechless. The thing seemed to her incredible. To think, she breathed slowly, to think that any man in all the world could do such a thing. A man has done it, he said in his even, confident tone, and you are going to marry that man. Her stunned vitality returned to her with a dizzying rush. Her glance was a blaze of contemptuous fury. Marry you! You! Never! Never! Oh, yes, you will. His voice was still confident. When you say no, you're forgetting the alternative I mentioned. If you don't marry me, I'll tell the world all about you. Tell! Go on and tell! She cried in her furious defiance. To show you how much I care for your threat, I'll tell the world myself. Tell it everything. Looking at her trembling figure, he realized that she would indeed tell. And he realized, utterly unbelievable though the thing had seemed to him since the beginning, he realized definitely that he had lost, that his careful, patient plan had failed. I'll tell everything, she blazed on, and tell it now. And I shall begin by going right in and telling Mr. Plimpton, first of all. And I'll tell the world all about you, that you are a blackmailer, a swindling, crooked lawyer who deserves disbarment and prison. He again caught her arm in a fierce grip. She did not speak to him again, not even to order him to remove his hand, but stood gazing at him with her terrible contempt. His love for Cordelia had been, and still was, a wild love, akin to the love of those men who refused to kill the women they love. This impulse to kill was now upon him. And adding to this impulse, doubling its strength, was the impulse of self-preservation. By her last words, she had become a menace to his fortune, his career, his very life. The gratification of the two impulses required the same action. She must be killed, if he could possibly kill her, but not physically. He took his hand from her arm and stepped aside. "Go on in and tell," he said quietly. She swiftly crossed the study, with him following, and threw open the library door. "Jerry!" she cried. "Jerry!" She broke off, somewhat taken aback, for instead of the solitary Jerry that she had expected, waiting in the library were Jerry, Gladys, Esther, and Mitchell. End of chapter 25. Read by BookBard.
Chapter 26 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 26. Franklin conducts his trial. While this scene had been going on in the study, Gladys had entered the library, had acted surprised at seeing Jerry, and had been halted by him, just as Mr. Franklin, in his brief interview with her a few minutes earlier, had told her she would be. She knew she was living through a dangerous hour. Things might go wrong, and something strike at her. And so, since it was her instinct and habit to have Esther near her when there was possibility of danger, she had now brought Esther along. A moment after their entrance, Mitchell had come in. He had no guess at exactly what was going on, but the sudden appearance at Rolling Meadows of Cordelia, Jerry Plimpton, Jackie Thorndyke, and Mr. Franklin, with Mrs. Marlowe, made him suspect that something of importance was due to happen, and he felt that anything important that happened in this household was very definitely his concern. The four of them had risen when Cordelia had burst from the study, Franklin just behind her. Her surprise at the sight of the four was slight and was gone in a moment. Aflame with angry purpose, tense, drawn to her full height, she was a superb, commanding figure. At that moment she felt herself a super Cordelia Marlowe. Singing electrically through her was the great strength, the great confidence, which had never failed to sweep her in triumph through any emergency. And behind her own great strength, making it invincible, she felt the reassuring strength of Jerry Plimpton. "Jerry," she cried, after her brief pause, "I want to tell all of you people, that this man here has just been demanding that I break our engagement and marry him, and he has tried to enforce that demand by threatening me with exposure if I refused, has tried to blackmail me into marriage." Jerry crossed the room in 3 strides, his face black, his hands clenched. "Damn you, Franklin. I'm going." "Don't strike me just yet," Franklin spoke up quickly in his composed tone. "Wait till you've heard all Miss Marlowe's story, until I've made a few remarks. I'll promise not to interrupt her, on the understanding that I am likewise to be allowed to tell my story to the end. Then, Mr. Plimpton, having heard all, if you still wish to strike me, I give you leave to strike as often and as hard as you like." "Go on, Cordelia," said Jerry. "I'll tell you everything about this man, yes, and I'll tell all the world when—" "One moment, Miss Marlowe, please," Franklin broke in. "I believe I noticed some reporters in another room, the men who followed you to get the news of your marriage. If you wish to tell all the world, I know of no better way than to ask those reporters in." "Yes, ask them in," cried Cordelia. "Miss Norworth," said Franklin, "as this is your house, you are the proper person to ask the reporters to come here." Gladys, remembering her instructions to obey Franklin's every order and to follow his every lead, promptly went out. No one in the room spoke until she returned a minute later, followed by a dozen reporters. They ranged themselves along the wall and became a silent audience to the drama that was being played by the 6 characters in the room. Hounds, Jerry in his irritation had called them, but they were all eager, alert men, and all were alive with excitement over the possibility of some new twist to the much-written Marlowe-Plimpton romance. For the benefit of these messengers to all the world, Cordelia repeated the beginning of her story, though she directed her words at Jerry. Her voice was vibrant with insulted pride, crushing contempt, and assured triumph. This man here, on my wedding day, has just demanded that I break my engagement and marry him. He has tried to blackmail me into marriage by threatening to make certain exposures concerning me. I shall make those exposures myself, and in making them I shall show him to be a crooked lawyer, a swindler, and a professional blackmailer. I became acquainted with him about the 1st of last June. I needed money. There was no news in that admission, for everyone knows my family has never had much money. I inserted an advertisement. This man answered it, and that is how we met. He made me believe that, unknown to a certain woman, he was confidentially retained by other people to protect that woman. He said there was some secret in that woman's life which was being used against her, in which he did not know, and he said he could not properly protect her unless he knew this secret, unless he knew what he was protecting her against. The woman is rich and of social prominence. I know her. This man suggested that, through my knowing this woman, I might be able to discover this secret, and thereby be of great assistance to him and to the woman. He proposed that I undertake this matter, and he offered to pay me well for this service. All that he said sounded very plausible to me at the time, and as I greatly needed money, I accepted. I discovered the secret. What that secret is has no bearing on what I am now telling. Besides, that secret is with me still a confidential matter. I told the secret to this man, as I had obligated myself to do. He paid me, as he had promised. I had acted in good faith all the time and believed I had performed an honorable service and had legitimately earned the money. Not until later did I learn that when he first spoke to me this man was not legally engaged by anyone to protect this woman, and not until much later did I learn this man's true character and what he had been doing. He had been using the secret I obtained to levy blackmail upon the woman I have mentioned. The money he paid me was paid me for being a tool, an innocent tool, remember, in his blackmailing scheme. I now know this was unclean money, and I have promised this man to repay him every cent. These, then, are the things this man threatened to expose if I did not marry him. That I had taken his money, that I was his dupe in a blackmailing scheme. There, that is all. She turned on Franklin and gave him, as from a great height, a look of withering disdain. So you thought you could frighten me with your threats to tell such a story, she said contemptuously. Your threats have had just one effect, and an effect you had not counted on. They have forced me to tell the world what a scoundrel you are, and when the courts are through with you, you will be out of the blackmailing business forever. Jerry glowered at Franklin, his fists clenched again, and he stepped toward the lawyer. Here's where you get it, he cried. 1 moment, Franklin said quickly. Remember, I let Miss Marlowe have her full say on the understanding that I was to be allowed a few remarks. Go ahead, thundered Jerry, but you'd better make it snappy. Thank you. Using your own word, I shall make it as snappy as I can. Franklin paused for a moment, seemingly to arrange his thoughts. In reality, it was a courtroom trick of his. Such a pause let the effect of the opposing counsel's words upon the jury wear off a little, helped center attention and suspense upon himself. However much of wild passion might be in his nature, cool lawyer brain ruled the whole of him at the present moment. It was a trial, and he recognized it as such. A trial with all the world sitting upon the jury, and he further recognized that for the time being he was the person on trial. Never before had he prepared for any case as he had prepared for this, for in no other trial of his life had he personally had so much at stake. Every lawyer's wit in him was alert, yet he tried his best not to look or seem the lawyer. His manner was hesitant, uncertain, apologetic at the start. I must ask you all, and you especially, Mr. Plimpton, to exercise restraint during my first statements. Being Miss Marlowe's friends, you naturally all believe her story. If I have any defense, I must naturally contradict some parts of that story. And naturally, some of my contradictions may give you serious offense, but please bear with me until I am through. The first charge against me which I shall take up is her account of what passed between us a few moments ago in the study. She claims that I urged her to break the engagement and tried to coerce her into marrying me. Half of that statement is true, half untrue. She referred unpleasantly to my character. For some time I have been aware of certain things about her character which are generally unknown. Just what they are, and just what I learned of them, I shall state later on. I will here merely say that they are derogatory, and unfit her to be Mrs. Plimpton. For motives which will later be clear, Mr. Plimpton, I have on several occasions urged Miss Marlowe to end her engagement of her own accord. She has refused, and has made threats against me for my interference. One of these threats she has carried out in this accusation she has just made against me. I have had her watched, and I learned of your plan to be married today, and I arranged with Miss Norworth to get the two of you here. My purpose in using this device was to gain a chance to make one last appeal to Miss Marlowe to break the engagement and so prevent an unfortunate marriage. That is absolutely all that passed between us in the study. I made this last appeal to save you, Mr. Plimpton, and I once more failed. What she has added to this account, such as my trying to blackmail her into marrying me and the like, are all fabrications intended to discredit me, exactly as she had threatened if I should attempt to stop her by some means other than appeal and argument. There you have the truth of what happened in the study, and the whole truth. Cordelia had barely been able to contain herself during this long opening statement, with its few truths and many falsehoods. She was amazed, really, at the man's colossal, incredible impudence. "That's a lie!" she now burst out hotly. "Everything he's added to my statement is all a lie." "I cannot prove that part of my story, I admit," Franklin continued. "Perhaps, for the sake of establishing my credibility, it would be wise to turn at once to some points which I can prove. Miss Marlowe has several times referred to a certain woman with a secret, and whom she says I claimed to be trying to protect. She refrained from giving this woman's name, and has let us infer that her reticence was due to a desire to shield the woman. I thank her, and so does the lady, I am sure. But there is no necessity for the reticence. Miss Norworth, I believe you are the woman referred to?" Gladys went white. She had no idea to what this question might lead, but there was his order to back up his every move. "I am," she said. "Miss Marlowe has said that, at the time I first spoke to her, I was not engaged directly or indirectly to represent Miss Norworth. I must say, parenthetically, that I have with me a number of documents which I shall show in their proper order. They are not with me by accident. Miss Marlowe has been threatening to do just what she has done this morning, and I have been carrying these documents for self-protection in case just such an emergency as this should develop." He drew a black leather wallet from the inner pocket of his waistcoat, and from it took a folded paper which he handed to Gladys. "Miss Norworth, will you please identify this paper and tell us its contents? It's a letter I wrote to you. It asks you to take legal charge of all my affairs." "When was it written?" "It is dated May 15th of this year. What else was done in the matter? I saw you, and this arrangement I asked for was made. A contract was drawn up and signed. I think that was 2 days later. Miss Marlowe says that my first talk with her, during which I made my alleged proposal to her to gain your secret, was early in June. She says I lied when I claimed to be protecting you as a lawyer. Was I, or was I not, your regularly retained lawyer at that time?" "You were." "That's not so," breathed Cordelia. "It is so, Miss Marlowe. Only at that time you did not know it," Franklin responded. "A little later on you will learn the reason why you were not permitted to know. Will you kindly give me back the letter, Miss Norworth? Thank you. I may say to all of you that the contract Miss Norworth spoke of is in my office safe, and will be produced at any time when requested. But Miss Norworth's word, and this letter, which anyone may examine who so wishes, prove conclusively that since about the middle of May I have been Miss Norworth's legal representative and in her legal confidence. And now I believe I have shown 3 things. First, that some of my unprovable statements may possibly be true. Second, that Miss Marlowe is capable of misstatements. And third, that I have been in the midst of this affair and had business there from the very beginning." Franklin paused a moment to let these points sink into his jury, and he glanced them over to see what effect he had thus far made. Cordelia, splendidly indignant, contemptuous and certain, also gazed around the room to get the effect produced by the outrageous lies this man was telling. Jerry's gaze was fixed hard and glowering on Franklin. Otherwise his grim face told nothing of his impressions. Esther's face was just a face of wonderment. Mitchell's was pale, set, almost expressionless, but Cordelia felt sure that Mitchell, at least, knew that Franklin was lying. Gladys's green eyes were glittering with vengeful joy at Franklin's attack upon Cordelia, and with wild suspense as to what he might do next. But alloying that pleasure was a fear that something might possibly happen to her. As for the reporters, they were skeptical but excited. Such a story about the famous Cordelia Marlowe, Cordelia the Magnificent, that very hour on her way to the altar with the rich Jerry Plimpton, that would be a story indeed, if there was only a peg of unassailable and unlibelous fact on which to hang it. But so far there had been no such fact. Franklin continued. "I shall leave the charge of blackmail alleged by Miss Marlowe until a little later. To repeat, I have long feared this threat of Miss Marlowe, and since I was going to deliver to her my ultimatum this morning, I came here today especially prepared against her carrying out this threat. To make my later points clear, I shall now introduce some evidence that may at the present seem unimportant. Miss Norworth, will you kindly ask Mrs. Marlowe and Mrs. Thorndyke to join us for a few moments?" Again Gladys promptly obeyed. Jackie came in and looked about her in bewilderment. Mrs. Marlowe came in with an expectant smile. She had an idea that she was to be a witness to her daughter's marriage, after all. Seeing the crowd and the tense attitude of everyone, her smile vanished, and she blinked about the room in her surprise. "Just a few questions, and both of you ladies may then be excused," said Franklin. "First you, Mrs. Marlowe. About the 1st of last June, your entire family fortune was swept away, was it not?" "Yes, but with Cordelia's help, you very quickly got it restored to us, Mr. Franklin, and I shall never stop being grateful to you." "You believed, at least, that I restored your fortune to you. Now the loss of your fortune would have meant social obliteration for you and your 2 daughters, would it not?" "Of course, one cannot maintain a social position such as the Marlowes have always had, without money." "And you wanted to maintain that position, did you not? Not alone for your own sake, but for the sake of your 2 daughters? In fact, this was an almost overwhelming desire, was it not?" "Naturally, I wanted to remain where the Marlowes have always been." "Thank you, Mrs. Marlowe, that is all. And now, Mrs. Thorndyke, did or did not Miss Marlowe confide to you about the 1st of June that their fortune had all been swept away?" Jackie looked questioningly at Cordelia. "Answer him, Jackie," Cordelia ordered contemptuously. "She did," said Jackie, "but a few days later she told me it had all been a mistake, or at any rate the fortune had been returned to them." "Thank you, Mrs. Thorndyke. That is quite all. And now both of you ladies may go. By the way, Mrs. Marlowe, I find I shall be detained here for some time. I suggest that you return to the city in my car. Just tell my driver your wishes. I have already told him that the car is at your disposal. Good morning, and thank you both again." Mrs. Marlowe hesitated, her face anxious. "Do you need me here, Cordelia?" "No, you'd better go," Cordelia answered proudly. "Jerry and I will be leaving here in just a few minutes." Mrs. Marlowe and Jackie passed out of the library. "There was no need for you to have brought them here as witnesses," Cordelia said to Franklin with her manner of contemptuous pride. "I would have admitted the loss of our fortune. In fact, I have already voluntarily said as much." "It is just as well that I had this bit of corroborative evidence," Franklin responded. "But the loss of the fortune is not the only point in this evidence. The most important point is that 2 persons, the only ones among your relatives and friends who knew of this loss, were very quickly made to believe, by you, that the fortune had never been lost, just as all your friends believe to this day." He turned to the others. "I wish you all to bear this point in mind, for its great importance will soon be apparent. That Miss Marlowe admits that the fortune was actually lost, and that all this time she has made the world believe that she was living on the family fortune." "I made people believe that because you ordered me to make them believe it," Cordelia retorted angrily. "Naturally, your defense would be to blame me," he returned. Again he addressed himself to the others. "Miss Marlowe has referred to an advertisement which led to our acquaintance. I believe that advertisement will prove an interesting exhibit." Again he drew out the black wallet, and again took from it a folded paper. "Here is her advertisement, posted on a sheet of paper. I can recall Mrs. Thorndyke to prove its authenticity." "There's no use going any further trying to prove that advertisement is mine," Cordelia interrupted. "I admit it." "Then if you admit it, the less harm to you in my showing it. The points I am making, ladies and gentlemen, may seem each small in itself, just as one brick is small, but a great many bricks will build a house. You shall presently see just what is built by my many little points. This advertisement has value in helping to reveal the true character of Miss Marlowe, and in helping to reveal her secret methods. It reads as follows: American girl, 23, strong, considered good-looking, best social standing, expert at swimming, riding, tennis, dancing, and can drive a racing car. Has other accomplishments, but no useful training. Desires position with adequate remuneration. What have you to offer her? I give this advertisement to you newspapermen to copy in case you later decide to use it, and Franklin so did. You newspapermen recognize that type of advertisement. Formerly they appeared in certain newspapers under the unsavory heading of personals. Nowadays, all decent newspapers, except when the clerk at the want ad counter becomes careless, vigorously exclude all such matter. As you newspapermen know, such an advertisement is usually a delicate suggestion that the lady, if satisfactory terms can be arranged, is quite willing to become the temporary wife of any agreeable man. You dare say that?" gasped Cordelia. Jerry had seized Franklin by the shoulder. "Damn you! Take that back, you damned, slanderous, foul-minded scoundrel." "Certainly, Mr. Plimpton, if you desire. said Franklin apologetically. "But there's hardly any need for me to take it back, since I did not accuse Miss Marlowe of the intention which that advertisement might imply. But doubtless I was not the only one who was struck by that unusual advertisement. Doubtless Miss Marlowe had many replies. I should like to ask Miss Marlowe if the majority of the men who wrote to her did not take her advertisement as exactly the kind of an overture I've indicated?" Cordelia recalled the thick bundle of responses. Indeed, all of them, with the sole exception of Mr. Franklin's, had taken the advertisement in exactly the suggestive manner he had described. She flushed at the memory of those insults. "That has nothing to do with the present matter," she retorted. He had made his little point, had added one more brick. He had not expected his very plain innuendo to be accepted. He had merely been following, in his lawyer way, that proved device of using anything and everything that may create doubt or suspicion against a hostile witness. Contented, he went on. "Personally, the worst I claim for that advertisement is that it shows a woman in desperate straits, ready for anything. Please remember the situation as her mother described it. They were suddenly penniless and faced utter social oblivion. Miss Marlowe here was the proudest of them all, the greatest social figure, and the prospect of social oblivion was naturally more terrible to her than to the others. As I have said, such a woman in such a situation is ready for anything. That unusual advertisement caught my eye. It seemed to me suspicious, of such a character indeed, but I felt it my duty as a citizen to investigate it. So I answered that advertisement, and the writer of it came to see me. This was in early June, as Miss Marlowe says. I recognized Miss Marlowe at once, and was naturally amazed that a young woman so well known in society should be using a device that is more properly the method of a rather ordinary adventuress. I was all the more interested in meeting her, in such a strange situation, because she had been a school friend and was a social intimate of my new client, Miss Norworth, whom, as I have just proved to you, I was then legally representing. Naturally, I kept this legal connection with Miss Norworth a secret for the time being from Miss Marlowe. Pardon me if I once more interrupt my narrative for just a moment. There are a few other documents I wish to show you. Again, the black wallet was taken out, and this time several bits of paper were extracted from it. Miss Marlowe has admitted the family fortune was really gone. Here are 8 canceled checks signed by me, totaling $20,000, 5 for $2,500, each made out to Mrs. Marlowe, and 3 for $2,500, each made out to Miss Marlowe. You will see that they have all been endorsed by Mrs. Marlowe and Miss Marlowe, and were therefore cashed by them. Oh, I admit the money was paid, and we got it, Cordelia said with imperious impatience. She was tired of all this wordy detail which was leading nowhere, and which was certainly not going to enable Franklin to escape his just deserts. But I've told you I thought the money was honestly earned, and I've told you that I would repay it. If you have anything important to say, please get to it. Again, you mistake the real point, Miss Marlowe. The importance here is not in your having received this money. The important point is that the money represented by these 8 checks is all the money you and your family have received since the 1st of June. I admit that if it will get you forward any quicker, please come to something important. We'll come to something important, most important, in just a moment. He now spoke, for the first time, with swift, incisive vigor. What I have said thus far has been just preparation. We now come to the heart of the whole sordid business. Please remember, all of you, that Miss Marlowe has admitted that the money represented by these checks is all she or her family has had in the last several months. Without that money, she could not have kept her high place in the world. To return once more to my narrative, Miss Marlowe, after our first interview, tried to sound me out with suggestions that grew more and more dubious. I led her on to see just what was her game. At length she made me a proposition. The family had lost its money, she told me, and she was in desperate straits. She had a chance to make a splendid marriage, but she needed money to put that marriage over. If I would help her, she would pay me a large sum after her marriage. She had a plan to secure money, but she could not swing that plan alone, and she asked my aid. The plan she proposed to me was to blackmail a certain lady. The person she named as the victim of her matrimonial scheme was yourself, Mr. Plimpton. The first victim of the blackmailing scheme was Miss Norworth. What infernal lies! Gasped Cordelia, now furious. Of course you would say so, Miss Marlowe. Miss Norworth, you have personal knowledge of some of these statements. Have I lied in any statement that concerns you? You have told only the truth, Gladys said emphatically. And I know that she was all the time scheming to get Jerry Plimpton to marry her. Gladys, you... But Cordelia's words could not come out. Go on, Jerry commanded Franklin in a harsh voice. Miss Marlowe made it a condition, Franklin continued, that if I went into her plan with her, no one was to know of our arrangement. No one was to know of the lost family fortune, and everybody was to suppose that the money received from her plan was just the usual family income. If people knew the facts, she pointed out, her position would be lost and her whole plan would be worthless. I pretended to accede to all she said. Meanwhile, I consulted my client, Miss Norworth, one of Miss Marlowe's proposed victims. Miss Norworth ordered me to go right ahead with Miss Marlowe. She told me of various shady things which Miss Marlowe, because of her financial shortage, had done to cling on to her position. Miss Marlowe's continual shortage of money had long since made her a social parasite, scheming for invitations on which she could live. That shortage was now turning her into a desperate and dangerous social menace. Miss Norworth and I determined to lead her on in her plan to blackmail Miss Norworth, and then, when we had her thoroughly involved, expose her and thus rid society of her. In accordance with this prearranged plan, Miss Norworth agreed to submit, for a time, to being blackmailed by Miss Marlowe, making the payments through me as Miss Marlowe had suggested. Miss Norworth placed money in my hands for this purpose, though I did advance the first amounts paid over. And exactly as Miss Norworth and I planned, exactly was the thing carried out. I believe that is a correct summary of what we did, Miss Norworth? That's exactly what we talked over, and exactly what we did, Gladys cried quickly, exultantly. Not till the last minute or two had she perceived just where Franklin was driving. Now she saw. Cordelia was being struck down, and she was glad. Cordelia Marlowe kept demanding more money, and more money, and more money, but it was worth all I spent, for at last we trapped her. As Franklin had piled swift lie upon swift lie, Cordelia's growing rage had been appalled into sheer inability to speak by the unbelievable audacity of it all. At the moment she could not conceive that anyone would credit such preposterous lies. She had not feared Franklin and did not now fear him, and she had no fear of the outcome of this preposterous scene, but Gladys had gone too far. At these last glib, vindictive falsehoods of Gladys, the rage in Cordelia found its tongue. "Gladys Norworth," she cried, crossing and facing Gladys in her fury, "you can't tell such lies about me and still expect me to be loyal to you and shield you. You've been paying real blackmail and you knew it, and you've been paying blackmail to Mr. Franklin, and I'm going to tell exactly why you were paying blackmail." "Stop her, Mr. Franklin!" shrieked Gladys in sudden frenzy. "Stop her! For God's sake, stop her!" But Franklin, for that moment, was interested in Gladys only insofar as she might serve to clear himself. Besides, he knew of no way of stopping Cordelia. "At last the world is going to know the exact secret you have been paying blackmail to have hushed up," Cordelia's voice rang on. "And here it is, because Francois is your child, your illegitimate child." A sudden hush filled the library. In her great anger, outraged beyond all bearing by insult after insult, in her righteous certainty of emerging a victor from this affair, Cordelia wheeled swiftly upon Franklin like a scorching flame. "That's what your witness is worth," she cried in her mighty contempt. "All her life has been just a lie, just as everything she has said against me has been a lie. Just lies. That's what your charges against me have been built on. Lies." With that she turned, her back squarely upon Franklin, and an erect, quivering, splendid figure, she stood gazing down into the green eyes of the appalled Gladys. End of section 26.
Chapter 27 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read to you by Tricia Wheeler. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 27. How a Great Dream Turned Out. Slowly, Gladys shrank away from Cordelia, ashen pale, shivering, eyes wide with terror, stricken utterly dumb by the disaster she had been fighting off for years. Esther, Mitchell, Franklin knew the truth, and their only shock was the shock of its suddenly being made public. But to Jerry Plimpton, the thing came as an unbelievable surprise. He gazed across in bewildered stupefaction at Gladys, whose green eyes had turned their panic upon him. As for the reporters, it is difficult to surprise sophisticated, hard-boiled men whose daily routine for years has been the tabulation of surprises. But these men were all gaping with astoundment at this latest development in the story of the wedding day of Cordelia Marlowe. For several moments, the only sound in the library was tense, excited breathing.
Then again Cordelia's voice rang out in accusing triumph. "That's the secret you've been paying blackmail for, Gladys Norworth. Francois, your alleged adopted child, is really your own child, your illegitimate child." And then suddenly Gladys came out of her paralysis, as if flung by a spring. "It's a lie!" she gasped hysterically. "She's lying, I tell you! I tell you it's a lie! It's a lie! It's a lie!" She whirled about upon Esther, and her frenzied hands clutched her stepsister. "Tell them it's a lie, Esther! I can't have people believe such a thing about me! Esther! Esther, remember what you promised! What you promised if ever the time came! The time's come, Esther! Tell them, Esther! Tell them as you promised! Your promise, Esther! Your promise!" And then Esther Stevens, for one who had no gifts as an actress, performed a most excellent bit of acting. There was good reason for its excellence. For years she had been mentally rehearsing the business for some such scene as this, and the lines were riveted in her memory by the hammer of 1,000 repetitions. Besides, she was acting for the biggest stake, the highest price which life just then could offer her. She caught Gladys in her arms as if to shield her, and eyed them all defiantly. "Gladys is right. It is all a lie," she cried. "Gladys has tried to protect me, but I can't let her suffer or pay for my fault any longer. Francois is my child, and since you make a point of the word, my illegitimate child." They could only stare at her, all silent. "For years Gladys has paid blackmail to shield me," Esther went on. "1 or 2 persons even suspected that Gladys was the boy's mother. So long as there was just this tiny bit of suspicion, so long as Gladys was just paying money, I could let her go on trying to protect me. But when Gladys is publicly accused of my guilt, then the time has come for me to clear her and admit the truth we've both tried to hide. There, you now all know who's guilty, and just what is behind this whole blackmailing business." Cordelia was the first to emerge from the general stupor. "But Esther," she protested, "you know what you've said is not so. You know you are not Francois' mother." Esther wheeled on Cordelia with a manner which a truly great emotional actress might have envied. "Who are you," she demanded, "to tell a mother that she is not the mother of her own child?" Cordelia turned to Mitchell, and for the first time during this long scene, she addressed him. "You know the truth, Mr. Mitchell. You know Esther is not the boy's mother." "I know nothing," said Mitchell, "that would carry weight as evidence against the words of a woman who publicly stands forth and claims that a child is her illegitimate child." In that dazing moment, Cordelia still retained enough sense to perceive that Mitchell had just uttered a profound human truth. Esther, facing them all defiantly, again spoke. "I have just this much more to say. Now that the truth is at last out, there is an end to all this blackmailing. I really have no name, and no high position that might be hurt, and I have no money of my own with which to buy silence, even if silence were now possible. And I want to say this also." The ring of sincerity in her next words was not the ring of careful acting. It was the ring of genuine and great emotion. "Now that the truth is out, I am proud to be the mother of such a boy, and I hope he is going to be proud of me as a mother. At least I am going to be the best mother to him that I know how to be." Again there was an odd hush for several moments. The figure of Esther, defiantly proud in her claim of illegitimate maternity, dominated them all. Dominated Cordelia, who knew but could not prove that she was lying. It was Franklin who ended the silence. "I think that we will all agree with what Miss Stevens has implied," he said, "that we have just had revealed to us a truly noble example of sympathetic womanly instinct in the way in which Miss Norworth has for years striven to shield the good name of her stepsister. And we have had revealed to us the exact opposite of that noble, sympathetic, womanly instinct in the way in which Miss Marlowe has tried to attack the veracity of Miss Norworth by trying to fix upon her an undeserved shame. With your permission, after Miss Marlowe's most reprehensible interruption, I shall again return to my narrative. I have only a few more words to add, and I shall address myself directly to you, Mr. Plimpton, since you are the person most concerned, and since to save you has been one of the chief aims of all I have done." His voice, his entire aspect suddenly changed. During the greater part of his long statement, his manner had been apologetic, humbly propitiating, to win this originally hostile court to listen to him. Now his manner, his voice, had the driving, righteously denunciatory quality of a district attorney who is at the end of his summing up speech and who has proven all his charges against the prisoner at the bar. "That's my case, Mr. Plimpton," he cried, "and I've proved it all. Proved part of it by Miss Marlowe's own admissions, proved part of it by numerous documents I showed, and proved it as a whole by Miss Norworth's testimony and my own. Miss Marlowe entered into a conspiracy to blackmail and into a conspiracy to trap you into marriage. These last several months she has been keeping up her social position wholly upon blackmail money, and she has been using this blackmail money to help her lure you on into marriage." At last Cordelia no longer regarded Franklin merely with contempt and anger, blinded by these hot, righteous emotions. At last she was seeing the devilish cunning of all the man had been saying. At last she was seeing the direction in which he was driving her. "It's not true, Jerry," she cried. "Not a word of it, except the things I told you. The rest of it's lies, all lies." Jerry's figure was taut, his face white, set. Franklin gave him no chance to respond to Cordelia. "For the sake of the honor of the Plimpton name, Mr. Plimpton, I've tried not to carry this thing so far as this," Franklin went on quickly. "I tried my best to settle the whole matter privately, without publicity or scandal, so that your name would not be involved. But Miss Marlowe's refusal to terminate your engagement, and thereby automatically closing and hushing up the whole business, has forced me to the present extreme measures. And even yet, Mr. Plimpton, I have not told you all my measures. Acting upon instructions from Miss Norworth, I've drawn up papers in a suit against Miss Marlowe to recover money secured through methods of extortion. You so instructed, Miss Norworth?" "Yes, yes," Gladys exclaimed quickly, a quiver with wild, exultant relief at now being free forever, of any danger from the secret which had kept her in shivering fear for almost 5 years. And oh, how she was getting even with Cordelia, paying her back. "For your sake, Mr. Plimpton," Franklin continued, swiftly picking up while Gladys's second yes was still in the air, "I prevailed on Miss Norworth to refrain from starting this suit until I had exhausted all efforts with Miss Marlowe. These papers have for some days been drawn up, ready for filing. I was to make what I knew to be the last possible appeal to Miss Marlowe this morning. I left instructions with my law partner, Mr. Kedmore, that if he did not receive by telephone a satisfactory message by 11 o'clock today, he was immediately to file the papers in this suit." Mr. Franklin drew out his watch and glanced at it. "It's almost 12 o'clock. Those papers are now filed. They are now a matter of court record. They are now public property, and I dare say the newspapers have already taken note of them." His last few sentences constituted one of the few facts Mr. Franklin had uttered in the whole of his long, carefully built-up statement. Those papers were a reality. At that moment, they actually were on file. "But Jerry, Cordelia spoke up frantically. "The amount they're suing for is nothing, only $20,000. We can pay it and settle the case." Again, it was Franklin, not Jerry, who spoke, and he spoke without permitting an instant's break. "The suit cannot now be settled. It is no longer a matter of money. It is now wholly a matter of principle, of duty to society at large, the showing up of a social adventuress, showing the world, for its own protection, the practice by which such a woman bleeds society, maintains herself in envied splendor, and carries out her schemes. I have given Miss Marlowe every chance to save herself and to save others, and having given her every chance, both Miss Norworth and I are now determined to force this action forward, in its every detail, to the very last extremity. And I feel that I should say to you, Mr. Plimpton, that whether you marry Miss Marlowe or not, this suit will be pressed on to its bitter finish. And I should also again remind you, Mr. Plimpton, that every charge that has been made, we shall prove in court." "Jerry," breathed Cordelia, "it's not true. None of it. It's not true." "It is true," cried Franklin in his now terrible voice. "But even were it not true, and it all is, here is matter for Mr. Plimpton to consider. Even if it is not true, the world, the whole world, will believe it is true. Mr. Plimpton still is not married to Miss Marlowe. It is still in his power to decide whether he wishes to give the splendid, the honored name of Plimpton to a woman whom all the world will know to be an adventuress, who all the world will know has kept up her social show with money blackmailed from society. It is still in Mr. Plimpton's power to decide whether he wishes to try to place a woman of such reputation in the position once occupied by his mother." Cordelia had the sense that she was falling, dizzily falling with infinite swiftness, falling to an infinite depth of black disaster. But Jerry there, Jerry with the strength of his great position in the world, Jerry could defy all these people. Jerry could still save her by a word. As Jerry's wife, all these slanderous lies against her would collapse to nothingness. "Jerry," she whispered pleadingly, "Jerry, Jerry." For a single moment, Jerry met the wild entreaty in her eyes. Then his gaze shifted from her. There followed a moment of breathless waiting, all eyes on Jerry. Perhaps Jerry himself never knew just what passed in his brain during that moment. But Franklin had analyzed this man with a scientist's precision. His last words had been aimed with the unerring skill of the perfect marksman who is sure of the vital spot. These last words must have been what filled the whole of Jerry's brain for the space of that long, tense moment. Perhaps it was true about Cordelia, perhaps not. But even if not, all the world would believe it true, and would always believe it true. And a woman of whom the world believed such things as his wife, in his mother's place, in that proud white yacht, in the camp in the Adirondacks, in the marble cottage at Newport, in the great Fifth Avenue house, all prepared to throw open its splendors in just a few more days. "Jerry," Cordelia whispered, faintly, huskily, still with that sense of falling, but of not yet in her swift descent having reached the bottom. "Jerry, Jerry!" He kept his eyes from her and still did not speak. Once more Franklin's was the prompting voice that moved affairs onward. "We should perhaps give a little consideration to the newspaper men," he said softly. "They came here to get the details of your marriage, Mr. Plimpton. I'm sure some of them have afternoon editions which they're eager to catch. In order that we may excuse them, Mr. Plimpton, perhaps you have something to say concerning the plans for your wedding?" Jerry's figure tightened. He still avoided Cordelia's eyes. He looked at no one, just looked straight ahead of him, into space. He swallowed. Then he spoke. His words were strained, yet had the precision of a determined mind. "Perhaps it may be just as well to announce now," he said, "that there will be no marriage. My engagement to Miss Marlowe no longer exists." Cordelia gave a silent gasp, shivered away from him, caught a chair, and stood staring at him. But though still falling, she did not faint. It was Mitchell who was now the first to speak. He crossed the room in 3 swift strides and caught Jerry Plimpton by the shoulder and shook him furiously. "You goddamn cad!" he cried, his tone half snarl, half roar. "You goddamn skunk! You could have saved Miss Marlowe if you'd stood by her like even half a man, and not been thinking only of your damned Plimpton self." Jerry quivered, but his voice was cold, composed. "What you think of me does not interest me in the slightest, so I do not care to bother to reply to you. I will say this, however, that whom I marry and whom I do not marry is a matter which is entirely my own concern, and is not the concern of any other man." This was an indubitable truth. For the instant, it left Mitchell without a word in his mouth. "I have only this single remark to address to you," continued Jerry. "Kindly remove your hand from my person." Choking in his anger, Mitchell did so. Again, Franklin tried to push the proceedings forward. "If Miss Norworth's former butler has nothing further to say—" "I have plenty to say," shouted the wildly wrathful Mitchell, "and part of it's going to be about you, you damned liar, you damned crook of a lawyer." "May I remind you," Franklin said evenly, "that there is such a thing as a law for libel." "Your libel law can't touch me for what I'm about to say now, for it's the truth," Mitchell shouted. He suddenly turned on Gladys and seized her arm. "Gladys Norworth, do you think you can help out in a game like this and not have to pay for it? Well, you and these people can't get away with a thing like this. You can't get away with it. For now I've got something to tell. You hear me? I've got something to tell." He paused, as if to set himself the better to deliver his forthcoming blow. Gladys stared at him in quivering fear of she knew not what. "Yes, yes," breathed Cordelia with faint eagerness, stretching forth a shaking hand from her vast depth, as if to her last savior. "Yes, please go on," urged Franklin. His voice was easy, composed, but behind that composure had risen a swift, indefinite dread. And then, while they all, waiting fearful, gazed at him, the hot wrath died down in Mitchell. Or perhaps it might be more correct to say that he regained control of that wrath and forced it down. "After all, I was mistaken," he said. "I have nothing to say." Mitchell moved back to his former place against the wall. Great relief showed in Gladys's face, and perhaps as great a relief was felt within Franklin, though he gave no sign of what he felt. "Since Mr. Mitchell has nothing to say," remarked Franklin, "then I beg to be allowed to say just one thing more. This is to the gentlemen from the newspapers. Since you gentlemen have the fact that Mr. Plimpton has broken his engagement to Miss Marlowe, and there is after all to be no marriage, and since you have further the fact that suit has been filed against Miss Marlowe to recover money extorted through blackmailing practices, I think that you may feel perfectly safe, with no danger from libel laws, in using just as you see fit anything you may have heard or seen here this morning. I am no judge of news values, but taken all in all, it seems to me that the material should make a very interesting story. And that, pleasantly concluded Mr. Franklin, that, I believe, is all. And indeed that was all. A tame, flat finish to the excitement of accusation and counter-accusation that had gone before. The people now speaking in whispers or shuffling silently out of the library. So dazed was Cordelia from the blow which had fallen upon her, so dizzy from her fall, that after Franklin's last words she hardly knew what she did, or what was done to her. In her numb pain she was at best just a silent, slow automaton, a bit of human furniture that was pushed here, pulled there. Afterwards, she had a dim memory of pulling off her engagement ring, and Jerry's other presents, and letting them fall to the library floor, not noticing Jerry so far as to hand him the gifts. And afterwards she had a dim memory of Gladys dragging her into a corner somewhere and gloating over her and saying, "I told you I'd get even with you. I told you I'd get even with you, but God, I never dreamed it would be as good as this." Someone, at the moment she didn't note who, led her silently out and put her in a car, and then this someone silently transferred from Jerry's Hispano-Suiza to this other car her bag containing her intimate bridal glories, and then this someone silently got in beside her. Only then did she become conscious that the person next to her was Mitchell, and that she was in Mitchell's car, and that the someone who had silently taken charge of her since she had been stricken helpless was Mitchell. And thus, hardly more than an hour after Cordelia Marlowe had driven magnificently up to her wedding day, Cordelia Marlowe, slumped and huddled and benumbed, drove ingloriously away from it. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 28. How Francois Lost One Mother. One brief episode happened as this silent pair drove toward the city, and the telling of this episode shall conclude the record of what happened that day at Rolling Meadows, so far as events there concern this history. Gladys and Franklin were in the midst of a scene of extremely private but extremely enthusiastic congratulations, when word was brought to her that Esther wished to see her immediately in Esther's sitting room. When Gladys entered, Esther was standing, hat and coat on. Over one arm Francois's cap and overcoat, and on the door near her were two big traveling bags. Esther's usually gentle face was hard. Her eyes were flashing. "Why, what's this all about, Esther?" exclaimed Gladys. "Do you think, after what's happened this morning, I'd stay a minute longer than I had to at this house?" Esther whispered intensely. You sneaking little beast, you." But Esther," stammered Gladys. "That's what you've always been," cried the other. "A crawling, cringing, sneaky, cowardly, treacherous little beast. I was sorry for Miss Marlowe this morning, what you helped do to her. I was sorry for her, but I couldn't have done much for her. The most I could have done would have been to say that you really were Francois's mother, but that wouldn't have really done much good, the way things were going. Besides, it was my chance at last to get Francois. Except for Francois, I'd never have stood you these last few years, and now, thank God, I don't have to stand you any longer for Francois's sake." But Esther, I don't understand." "Oh, yes, you do understand, but I'll put it in plain words so there won't be any mistake. I am leaving your house forever. I'm taking Francois away with me forever. I don't want to see you again, forever. I don't intend Francois to see you again, forever. There, is that plain enough for you?" "But Esther," ejaculated Gladys, "you can't do such a thing. Francois really is my child, and I'm not going to let him go." "Your child? Your child," the other cried contemptuously, "after you just denied him, in public, down in the library? And after, to save yourself, you made me admit down there that he was my child? Oh, what a poor little coward and cheat you are! There's only one thing I can't understand. How you could be the mother of such a wonderful boy as Francois. He certainly got none of his qualities from you. After all, despite what we know about his father, there must have been a streak of something big and fine in the man. Certainly there was no other place for Francois to have gotten his good points from." Esther's voice changed from contempt to defiant, unchanging purpose. The denied maternity, which was perhaps the strongest impulse in Esther's spinster life, now rang out in motherhood's fiercest, most primal tones. "I told the world Francois is mine, and from now on he's going to be all mine. You hear? All mine, and I'm taking him away." "No, you're not!" exclaimed Gladys with sudden fierceness of her own. "I won't let you!" After all, Gladys did have mother love of a sort for her son, but her love was hardly more than a weakly and spasmodically fluttering emotion compared to the overwhelming, selfless passion that was Esther's. "You won't let me!" cried Esther. "You can't stop me! I've kept my promise to you. Only 2 people alive know who is really the mother of Francois, know it so that they can prove it, you and I. You made me promise, in case you were about to be found out publicly, that I would say I was the mother. No one could prove I wasn't. I gave you my promise on one condition. That was your promise, that if I ever did save you by saying he was my child, then you were to let him become entirely mine. I've kept my promise. Now you've got to keep your promise." "I won't do it," snapped Gladys, with sullen obstinance. "I never thought it would really ever turn out like this, and it's not fair of you to try to hold a mother to any such promise." "You'd try to back out of it, would you? Well, so I can back out, and I'll back out of it in a way that will make you sick all your life." Gladys looked frightened. "How?" "You ought to know how. It's simple enough. I've just said that you and I are the only 2 people that really know how to get the proof of who is the mother of Francois. Well, I'll get all the proof, certified copies of all documents, even if I have to cover every square foot of France to get them. And I'll prove who is the real mother, and I'll prove you are his mother, and I'll make it public." "Esther, you wouldn't do a thing like that." "Wouldn't I? I've heard a lot of talk about blackmail today, people being forced to do things by threat of exposure. I may be talking blackmail talk right now. And if so, let me say that there isn't a form of blackmail invented that I wouldn't use against you to make sure that you kept your promise. And I'll certainly expose you if you fail me. Now, do you keep your promise?" There was a pause. The 2 women gazed fixedly at each other. "All right. Yes," said Gladys weakly. "That promise has got to include something else. I've thought it all out. Something might sometime happen, perhaps a legal technicality, where I might want to protect Francois and couldn't. If it came right down to real proof, I could never prove I'm his mother, and so be able to protect him and provide for him through the fact of being his mother. So I'm going to adopt him all over again, and it's going to be 100% legal adoption. He'll no longer be adopted jointly by the 2 of us. You have got to renounce all claim to him, in every legal way I may require, And you've got to do everything else necessary to help me secure his full adoption by me. That's got to be part of your promise." Again there was a pause as the two gazed at each other. "All right," Gladys sullenly agreed. "Then that's all, except to say that Francois and I shall not need, and certainly not accept, a penny of your money. What Francois may lack in luxury, he will more than be compensated for by being free from the contaminating influence of your person. And now, goodbye. Never before was I so glad to say 2 words as I am to say to you, goodbye." And so, about an hour after Cordelia and Mitchell drove through the great arched entrance to the estate of Rolling Meadows, Esther and the boy who was now all hers also drove through that entrance, and for the last time. Of course, the newspapers learned of this second departure. They treated Gladys with marked consideration in the matter. Gladys saw to it that they got the hint which gave them the proper angle upon the regrettable affair. The papers said, no, they did not put it so bluntly as this, but their intimation was clear. The papers intimated that since Miss Norworth's stepsister had publicly admitted herself the mother of an illegitimate child, Miss Norworth, out of deference to the ordinary standards of decency, and to maintain the irreproachable propriety of her home, had had to perform the painful duty of requesting her unfortunate stepsister to withdraw from Rolling Meadows, and with her child to retire into obscurity. End of Chapter 28. Read to you by Tricia Wheeler, Stowe, Massachusetts, August 8th, 2022. Chapter 29 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read to you by Tricia Wheeler. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 29. All the King's Horses. A gentleman occupying the place of topmost honor in the somewhat punishing art of pugilism, while speaking upon the subject of the challengers to his fame, is credited with having grimly snapped out the remark that the bigger they come, the harder they fall. This rather inelegant but classic colloquialism may perhaps be applied with equal fitness to those who challenge for the championships of life which are contended for outside the squared ring. Cordelia had been a big figure in her world. Among younger people, none bigger. And she had fallen hard. How very hard, how very, very far, she was still too stunned to realize as she drove away from Rolling Meadows, at almost exactly the hour she had confidently expected marriage to crown her as life's most brilliant champion. How hard she had been hit, how hard she had fallen, how unbelievably far had been her fall, she was not to realize fully until days later, when her head had had time to clear, and she could measure all that had happened. As she and Mitchell drove back to the city, little was said between the two, only a few sentences. At the time, Cordelia hardly knew what they were saying. Her own few words were mechanical. Not until long after did her stunned memory, then partially recovered, report to her their brief conversation. Mitchell was the first of the two to say a word, and they were almost in the city when he spoke. Perhaps he had sensed that, before this, she would not have even heard him. "I want to apologize," he began, "for the things I said to you that day in the taxicab. Not till today did I realize how terribly unjust I had been, and how terribly mistaken." "Don't apologize," replied her low, mechanical voice. "What you said then was all true, only I didn't then know it." He let a minute pass before he spoke again. "At least one good thing has come to you out of all that's happened today. You've found out the sort Jerry Plimpton really is. Found it out before you were married to him. Think of being married to such a man, and then afterwards finding out there was no loyalty in him, no regard for anyone except himself." Mitchell's voice had been soothingly calm, but it now flamed into violence. "The cad! The damned beastly cad!" She made no reply to this. He subsided into his former calm. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you," he went on. This just wasn't my day. I lost my head at the last and started to say something, and it almost got away from me. But I caught myself just in time. Saying it just then wouldn't have done you a bit of good. But saving it and saying it at another time, well, I'm hoping there'll come another time." Not until days after did she wonder what it was he had almost said and did not say. Just then she only remarked in her dull voice, "No, you couldn't have helped, and I didn't expect you to help." Again his calm flamed into violence. "Oh, but I wish I could make them pay. And if things come right, I will make Gladys pay. And if luck or life should ever turn up the right card, how I'd love to make Jerry Plimpton pay, that beast of a cad. And Franklin too. But it's too much to expect even of crazy luck to give me a chance at a man like Franklin. He's forever got the deck stacked, and his sleeves are full of aces. And he's too smooth, too tricky a lawyer ever to be caught. If he's ever caught, it'll be because he's made some little slip when he's tried to be too clever. New York is filled with just such clever, scheming, deck-stacking lawyers, and they're never caught, except now and then one, not much worse than the rest, like little Abe Hummel. But Gladys and Jerry Plimpton, by their birth and breeding, we've a right to expect better of them than Franklin. They're the two I want to get. If ever I prayed for anything, it's this, that sometime I can make them pay." This outburst she received in silence. When he again spoke, his voice was once more composed. "About Esther, I admire her a lot, even though I've teased and irritated her a lot. I could hardly avoid that, since in the matter that has been the basis of my teasing, she and Gladys have in a way been one person. You and I both know Esther lied about being Francois's mother, but I couldn't have proved it. She couldn't have helped you much either. She likes you well enough, I think, but about Francois she is simply crazy. Against such a love as that, you could hardly expect her to give much consideration to you. What Esther did today, I'm sure she did because she was thinking wholly of Francois." "I don't blame Esther at all," said Cordelia. Days later, when her mind went back to this talk, the foregoing was all that she recalled. From that terrible hour in Gladys's library until days later, chronology did not exist for Cordelia. Time was just an endless, unvarying string on which were strung hours that were exquisite beads of pain, undistinguishable from each other in their perfectly matched agony. And there was to her no orderly sequence of events. Things just happened, swiftly, coming from each and every direction, everything painful, all blurred together. Since there was no chronology and no sequence in Cordelia's life as she then lived it, there shall be none in this portion of her history. Each series of related events and related emotions shall be grouped together and tied into a single compact parcel. There was Mrs. Marlowe. There is no expressing the utter confoundment, the stabbing, bewildered dismay of that lady when she had the first news of the disaster, and when each day piled on its further disaster. In her own way, she had her soul all poised for a flight through majestic bliss, and her eagerness and certainty had been as great as Cordelia's own. Therefore her fall was very like Cordelia's fall. She did not blame Cordelia. Hers was not a recriminating nature. She wept and wailed and walked helplessly through the cruel, bewildering days. But all of Mrs. Marlowe cannot go into a single bundle. Bits of her must be distributed through the other parcels. There was the social fall. Mr. Franklin, in Gladys's library, had stated hesitatingly, and with seeming modesty, the modesty here was all in the seeming, for the keenest news editor in New York City did not have a quicker or surer sense of news value than Mr. Franklin, that what he had brought out and pieced together might possibly make a rather interesting newspaper story. It did, to the extent of the columns and columns in every New York newspaper on that and subsequent days, and columns in every paper of consequence through the country that either paid for a New York press service or stole it. In fact, it was so much a rather interesting story that it was altogether the most interesting story with a society angle of that year. And the social effect? Just set down items and figure your own answer. Take a spectacularly brilliant young woman of society, engage her to a gentleman of highest family, who is admittedly the best man, matrimonially speaking, at that time extant. Have it stated, and generally believed, that for a long time this young woman has been maintaining her social brilliance through blackmail. Have it stated, and generally believed, that through the use of this extorted money she has been able to lure this very fine young man almost to the very altar. Have it stated, and have it a matter of court record, that suit is being brought by none other than that well-known figure, Miss Gladys Norworth, who has been secretly and splendidly protecting her unfortunate stepsister these many years, to recover the funds extorted by blackmail. And have this fine young man of most irreproachable personal record and of unmatchable family show his own belief in all these things by jilting the young woman on what was to have been their romantic wedding day. Have it stated, and have it believed, and have it a matter of actual fact, that this spectacularly brilliant young woman and her family have not one penny of their fortune left. Take all of these things, and however splendid the young woman's standing at the start, what have you left? The answer is very simple. You have left exactly what the crowding, craning spectators saw at the bottom of the wall after Humpty Dumpty was quite through with his historic tumble. Cordelia knew this, and she knew that the rest of the tragic lines also fitted her, that all the king's horses and all the king's men could never put together again her once splendid social figure. And this much can be put down to the credit of her sense, when her sense did begin to return, that she did not indulge in any vague, wild dreams of regaining what she had lost, of valiantly reconquering society's respect. Socially, she was ended, for ever and ever. If she was to have a further life, it was to be a life of a very different sort. Then there was the financial fall. If this history, particularly in the pages which follow, seems to be largely about the sordid, unromantic detail of money, it should be remembered that, for people who have less money than they spend, money is the most poignantly dramatic theme of life. Its feverish suspense never subsides. Its high emotion knows no fall. Compared to it, love is a mere placid, daydreamy flutter, merely the heart turning over on its other side during a pleasant sleep. All their lives, the lack of money had been the tragic skeleton in the Marlowe family closet. It now stalked forth and filled their entire stage. For years they had been living beyond their income, always deeply in debt. For months they had no income that was bona fide. Recently, with the unlimited credit eagerly urged upon them in view of Cordelia's marriage, they had bought right and left, spending thousands upon thousands of dollars which they did not have. And now they were practically penniless. The only real money they had in sight was the $2,500 annuity which came from Mr. Marlowe's life insurance policy. This tragic situation, Gladys, with her infallible aptitude for finding a way to give pain, had sensed instantly. It suited her vengeance, and her personal safety, as also those of Mr. Franklin, for Cordelia to be crushed utterly, in every possible way. For if Cordelia possessed, or should regain, any strength or standing, then each saw her as a danger. She might somehow say things that somehow someone might believe. Gladys could not deny her exultant spite the further pleasure of personally assisting in and speeding up this financial disaster. And so, on the very day of the scene in her library, with Mr. Franklin's assistance, she called up the Marlowe creditors whose names she could learn, and informed them that the Marlowes were done for, and they'd better hurry if they wanted their money. And the creditors descended. But here, this tying of related disasters into bundles and cataloguing them should perhaps be interrupted a moment for the interpolation of a fact of somewhat different character. This other fact was Mitchell. From the hour when he had quietly taken possession of Cordelia in Gladys's library, he seemed quietly to have become a part of the Marlowe household. He was never intrusive, but was always present when a man could help. This was the first time a man had been around the Marlowe home in any kind of a family capacity since the late Mr. Marlowe had taken that awkward dive over the head of his favorite polo pony. And for an emergency such as this, the present man was much the better captain of affairs. The creditors came full of bully and bluff. Mitchell gave them back bully and bluff. The creditors were hard as nails. Mitchell saw the justice of their side, but Mitchell was hard as knives and steel-jacketed bullets. He told them flatly what their best chances were for a settlement. There were no assets beyond the furnishings of the apartment, which were to be sold promptly, and the proceeds divided proportionately. Their only other chance, absolutely their only other chance, of getting a penny upon their damned bills, which were all made up of swindlers' prices anyhow, was to take back all recent purchases, used or unused, and give credit to the original purchase prices. The shopkeepers raved at his audacity, but in the end they all carried away the smart articles which they had sold at a pleasant 100 or 200% profit. Mrs. Marlowe and Cordelia sometimes listened through the door cracks to these arbitration conferences, and Mrs. Marlowe would blink at Cordelia over the language of this new man in the house. Cordelia had never heard Mitchell really swear before. His talk with her, except that time in the taxicab, however serious his purpose might have been, had always had the character of persiflage. She had heard people speak of the way soldiers swear. Well, if general ability as a swearer was an index of ability as a soldier, then Mitchell was undoubtedly that much-debated person, the man who won the Great War. Then there was Lily, the effect of all this upon Lily's life. Mrs. Marlowe wept with sympathy over how her youngest was now to have no chance, and shivered with apprehension over the hard way in which Lily would take the blow. Cordelia also felt acute anguish for Lily, and blamed herself for bringing Lily down in her disaster. She also knew how hard the spoiled, self-centered, pleasure-loving Lily would take the results of that disaster as they affected her. But their great surprise was how Lily really did take it. They jointly wrote to her of the misfortune. Lily had gleaned the main facts much earlier from the papers, and here is part of what the spoiled, unthinking, frivolous child wrote from Miss Harcourt's polite finishing school. "Sorry for you, Mums, and Cordy, sorry as hell. Say, Cordy sure got handed one rotten deal. If I was allowed to tote a gun like a lady ought to be, there's some damned birds I'd shoot up so they'd be fit for nothing except to be cut up into little pieces and peddled around for buttonholes. But don't you people at home worry none about me. I was all fed up on this school before I was even fed my first bite of it. Anyhow, I'd never be comfortable trying to be a lady. Think I'll go into business. Guess I'll start as a stenographer. I've already got most of the education to make a good one. I can chew gum. Where do I go from here, and when?" "She takes it very bravely," sniffed Mrs. Marlowe after reading this, though I did hope she'd stay at Miss Harcourt's until she learned not to swear." Lily's school represented another financial problem. Mrs. Marlowe, at the beginning of the school year a few weeks earlier, had been in funds, owing to a little saving she had done, and to a recent monthly check from Mr. Franklin, and so had been able to meet Miss Harcourt's inflexible rule of full amount of fees payable in advance, and had written her a check for $3,000. These facts she related to Mitchell, also further facts. Lily would have to come straight home. They simply didn't have the money for her extras, and extras at Miss Harcourt's amounted to almost as much as the regular fees. And then there was still another printed rule: no fees returned in case a pupil is removed during the school year. And that was a rule Miss Harcourt never broke. To think of it, to have paid in advance $3,000, which they could not use and could not get back. Mitchell quietly suggested that they let him go out and bring Lily home. They let Mitchell do it. Miss Harcourt received him with dignified aloofness. He was pleasantly, almost obsequiously polite, but Miss Harcourt did not know him and sensed no danger in his extreme politeness. Yes, she'd been expecting they'd come take Lily out of school after such disgraceful happenings. It really was most inconsiderate toward her school, even if she were driven to say it. She said it with majestic severity. For a family to keep a child in Harcourt Hall after the family had been involved in such a scandal. After such a scandal, the child still in Harcourt Hall. No, she could not return any part of the fee. That was never done under any circumstances. Never. Yes, he could see Lily, and he'd please tell Lily to hurry about packing her things. Yes, he could see Miss Harcourt again for a moment, but only just one moment, as he was taking Lily away. Mitchell saw Lily. They took to each other as sponge to water, as flowers to rain. In 5 minutes these two had known each other forever. She was as flippant with him as she might have been with Cordelia. "Say, you nursling," he growled in mock severity at one of her audacities, "you half-ounce bottle of paprika, cut out the rough talk. Like to have me turn you over on my knee and spank you?" "Sure I would," she said heartily. "I'd like most anything you'd do to me." "Hold on there, Cleopatra. Don't you try to turn your just punishment into a means of being too intimate with me. I guess for the sake of self-protection I'd better tell you something. I'm the QT, you understand. Here it is. If things work out the way I intend them to work out, one of these days I'm going to be your brother-in-law." "You mean Cordy? Holy mackerel, Cordy is a quick worker, or else she carries a lot of spare parts. But gee, this is some blow. Here you tell me you're going to be my brother-in-law, and here I was getting all primed up to slip into Cordy when I got home and tell her you were going to be her brother-in-law. Hell, but this is a hard life. See here, let's change the subject, quick. I'm too young to be talking to an old woman of the world like you. Let's... All the same, you should feel sympathy for me. I've always been unlucky in love." "Cut it out, I say. Let's get down to business. That old hen downstairs. But we needn't go into that. Will you do something unpleasant for me?" "Bless you, old bean, sure. I've already done something unpleasant for your sake. Mighty unpleasant. I've given you up." "You..." He made as if to slap her, then grinned. "Listen, I'm serious. Would you be willing to stay on here in this school where they don't want you, if I told you to?" She made a vinegary face. "Oh, all right. Yes, if you tell me to, I'll stick on here till hell. Even longer than that, till Miss Harcourt grows real hair under her wig. I'll be back in about 5 minutes and tell you whether it'll be that long." He re-entered Miss Harcourt's room, smiling pleasantly, a bit of paper in his right hand. "About the money, Miss Harcourt." She interrupted him sharply, severely. "I've already informed you that no fees are ever refunded." "Oh, that money. I wasn't thinking of that money. I meant this money." And he handed her the bit of paper he carried. "What's this?" He did not answer, and she held it out at arm's length to examine it. Being far-sighted, she could not read print or writing without her spectacles, except in this manner. And she never lowered the Harcourt dignity by wearing spectacles in public. "A check! And for $9,000. What's this check for?" "For $9,000. At least that's what I wrote it for." "Sir, are you trying to be flippant?" she asked sternly. "I mean, what is this money for?" "Oh, I beg pardon," he said apologetically. "Perhaps I hadn't made that altogether plain. You see, it's like this," he went on amiably. "I'm a sort of relative of the family. This tangle's pretty much up to me. And that Lily, she's suddenly fallen on me as sort of a ward. After talking to her, I'd rather think she'd be a nuisance. Anyhow, I can't have her around me. But it's up to me to take care of her. So, since she's already here, it strikes me that the easiest way out of this mess for me is to just keep her here." "Keep her here?" gasped Miss Harcourt. "Yes. You see, when she was first entered in Harcourt Hall, it was on the understanding that she was to remain here through the usual 4 years. So keeping her here will just be carrying out the original bargain. I hate to be bothered with bills, particularly when I've cash idle in my bank. So now you know what the $9,000 is for. It's to pay the balance for keeping Lily here 4 years." Miss Harcourt stared and gaped, and the Harcourt dewlap made spasmodic gestures for help. 4 years! 4 years! And then Miss Harcourt utterly forgot all the elegancies of Miss Harcourt. "Of all the nerve!" she exploded. The upshot was that Miss Harcourt did a thing which pained her more than any pain she had suffered in her long and respectable career. She refunded the money from the Harcourt treasury, and even $3,000 she finally made it, rather than accept the alternative Mitchell so pleasantly offered her. And of course she refused the check for $9,000. However, she had a long waiting list. A letter would at once bring another girl in Lily's place, and there was another Harcourt rule which read, "No reduction in annual fees for pupils entering after the beginning of the school year." And so Mitchell and Lily drove away with the $3,000 check. And Lily, as she told him, being uncertain in her mind as to whether her future status was to be that of his wife or his sister, overlooked neither bet and snuggled close to him and joyously hugged him all the way into town. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dodi. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 30. Cordelia rebuilds her house. Of course, as soon as her spirits began to lift themselves slowly out of their dazed stupor, Cordelia, being human, wished for vengeance, vindication. Oh, how she wished for vengeance and vindication! Perhaps she had been a fool. Undoubtedly she had been made one. But how she would love to strike back, and strike back, and strike back again at Gladys and Franklin, make known to everybody their treachery and perfidy. And how she yearned to make the world admit that almost all these terrible things it believed against her were only lies, the lies of these two. But even as this desire flamed up from the ruins of her pride, there rose with it, chilling it back into her pride's ashes, the conviction that if ever she were revenged and vindicated, revenge and vindication must come from some other source than herself. The very desire was no more than an impotent gesture of the old Cordelia Marlowe, that old, all-confident Cordelia Marlowe, who could do anything and everything, was now quite dead. She was without strength, without power of any kind. And so, although the desire for revenge and vindication lived in her, flamed into white heat at times, hope of these was entirely gone. The financial adjustment, the domestic rearrangement of the household were of necessity radical and rapid. Within 2 weeks, they were out of the Park Avenue apartment. It was a highly desirable apartment, and Mitchell, by his same unabashable methods of bargaining, had sublet it for the balance of the period of the Marlowe lease for $1,000 a year advance upon the Marlowe rental, and this windfall was of course a help. The furniture had been sold to the last kitchen chair. Mitchell compelled decent prices, and the proceeds were turned over to the creditors, Mitchell demanding and getting receipts in full. Mrs. Marlowe had decided to retire to some small, obscure city where living expenses were comparatively low. Upon her income, she could no longer afford New York, and her pride could not countenance the probability of her meeting, in her now reduced circumstances, the friends and satellites of her reigning days. Cordelia was remaining in New York City to try to make her own way, and Lily elected to stay with Cordelia. Lily, after much discussion, was given by her mother an allowance of $15 a week. She would not take more. Cordelia refused to accept anything whatever. In such manner, and upon such terms, the Marlowe family parted and began its effort to start life afresh. There was one financial matter which troubled Cordelia more than all others. This was a humiliating $20,000 she had received, Franklin's or Gladys's money, the money they were suing to recover. How she did itch to return that money, if only she could, and feel herself cleansed of at least this much of her soilment. "Now, don't you worry about that money," Mitchell ordered her. "Gladys and Franklin are tickled to death with having spent it. Neither of them ever before got so much for his or her money in his or her life. They certainly got a bargain. And here's another way of looking at the whole situation. By rights, if you only had the evidence, you should be suing each of them for about $10 million for defamation of character. At the very least, they owe you that much, so stop the worry." Mitchell made another point. "Now, about that suit, don't you worry there either. That suit is just a grandstand play on their part, just a play for publicity. I'll hire a $10 lawyer to handle your end of it. They'll string it along, getting it postponed for this and that for just so long as they feel it helps them. Then they'll drop it as quietly as they can. They'll never press that suit to a trial. They won't dare to. You just wait and see." And just as Mitchell prophesied, to let this history run ahead of itself a bit, just so did the matter of the suit come to pass. One bit of financial driftwood was saved out of the wreckage of the Marlowe fortune. This was Cordelia's dazzling racing roadster. It was saved, of course, by Mitchell. He blandly admitted in private that the method of the car's salvation was perhaps not irreproachably honest, but then who was he to worry about such a highly technical and academic and non-terrestrial detail as mere honesty? Within an hour from the time he set Cordelia down at her home on the day of the disaster, he had the car out of the garage where Cordelia kept it, and in another garage whose address was known to none of the parties concerned in the Marlowe assets save only himself. Thereafter, in the course of the squabble with the creditors, he claimed that Cordelia, several days prior to the bankruptcy, had turned the car over to him in settlement of a claim, and in holding on to his own in the matter of keeping this car, Mitchell proved the most relentless and bloodthirsty creditor of the whole crew of creditors. Not all the creditors, combined in a united assault upon him, could have torn from him so much as the car's spare wire wheel. That beautiful, aristocratic foreign-born car had been Cordelia's pet since she was 18. 5 years. It had to be sold, of course. But no one could kill that pet except herself. Besides, Mitchell had been doing enough for the family. So Mitchell left the disposal of the pet to Cordelia. Cordelia's education and the facts of life now began to proceed rapidly. She learned about life, real life, from that car. She offered that beautiful and rare roadster to one second-hand dealer, then to another. She was astounded, outraged, personally insulted at the price she was offered. She decided the low price was due to the fact that she was offering an open car for sale at the beginning of winter. She would get ever so much better terms if by some means she could only hold the car until spring. She took counsel from the poor man's and poor woman's ever-ready advisor, the want-ad section of a newspaper. Here she sought the columns that are crowded with 3- and 4-line offers to buy and sell automobiles, and tucked away here she found several nuggets of purest hope. Several philanthropists, giving only their telephone numbers, offered to loan the full sale value upon cars, strictest confidence being observed. Cordelia telephoned one of these good Samaritans, and half an hour later she eagerly entered his office. Sure enough, he did offer to loan her upon the car, almost as much as the dealers had offered her. This was splendid. She gratefully told him he needn't be delicate on her account in the matter of her pawning her automobile, for now that her social position was gone, she had no reasons for asking that strictest confidence be observed. She then discovered that the reasons for this delicacy in observing strictest confidence, a confidence so strict that it amounted to an unprovable relationship, were entirely his reasons. His reasons had to do with interest rates. In New York State, usury is illegal, and penalties are attached to its practice. Usurers, who are plentiful enough despite the law, are therefore rather diffident gentlemen, tongue-tied in the presence of a third person, and disinclined to put very many words on paper. This particular Good Samaritan asked, for a 4-month loan, interest at the rate of 100%, the interest to be deducted in advance from the sum he offered to loan. Cordelia left him, returned to the first dealer she had seen, and sold the car at the price which had been first offered her. People who sold second-hand cars in the closing weeks of 1921, when the financial slump was at its lowest, and cars were being sold for songs, and very poor songs at that, have already guessed to the very dollar what Cordelia was paid. For that high-born, dashing racer which had originally cost thousands and thousands, and on which she had recently spent $1,500 for internal repairs and beauty treatment, she got an even $500. But then, of course, the car was 5 years old. This $500 became the basis of Cordelia's new fortunes. At this time, she and Lily had just moved into a 2-room kitchenette apartment in Harlem. They were doing their own cooking, housework, washing, clumsily, of course, for they knew as much of such things as Columbus knew of America prior to 1492. And Lily was freshly entered in public high school. Cordelia now turned to the great problem of ways and means. Henceforth she had her own way to make. She might have asked aid of Jackie Thorndyke, and Jackie would probably have loaned her money, for the restless Jackie had a generous enough heart. And Eileen Harkness would probably have done the same, and perhaps others. All of them very privately, of course. Naturally, it would be out of the question for them to champion her openly. Such a course would be too great a social risk. But Cordelia decided not to ask them. She would have a try at things entirely on her own, and so it may here be recorded that Jackie Thorndyke and Eileen Harkness and the others never again had any place in Cordelia's life, except as memories or as names seen in newspapers. Cordelia had made up her mind how she was going to earn her living, and now that she, or rather Mitchell, had cleared away the impending mess of affairs, she started straight out to achieve her goal. She was going to be a motion picture actress. Picture actresses made an awful lot of money, everybody said, and Kyle Brandon had always spoken in easy, offhand, impressive figures. Besides, he had said she would be a surefire hit in pictures, a star under his handling, Of course, she wouldn't expect stardom for a while, but it would be nice to have one of those nice secondary roles and get one of those nice secondary salaries. She was dressed in her best, the best then remaining to her, and she looked her best when she entered Kyle Brandon's outer office. She had to wait quite a while after she gave her name, quite a long while, but when, after an hour of waiting, she was told Mr. Brandon would see her, she went in with her brightest smile. He seemed strangely altered from his former self-possession, the unhesitating positiveness of his every act. He shuffled at his desk, seemed uncertain in all his movements when he received her. But she refused to let that dim her smile. "I've come to hold you to your promise, Mr. Brandon," she said cheerily. "I've decided to go into motion pictures." He looked most uncomfortable. The easy flow of ample-gestured language seemed entirely lost. His speech came haltingly. It was made up of isolated orphan phrases, sentences that weakly began nowhere and breathed their last before they got anywhere. These tattered fragments, broken odds and ends, so incongruous and alien in that fluent mouth, touched with vague staccato quality upon such subjects as the general financial depression, you know. Worst year picture business ever had, you know. Small exhibitors closing their houses. This censorship that makes you afraid to make anything. We're up against it. What can we do? Our Eastern studios closed down. Only 2 companies working in Hollywood. Most actors and directors are idle, glad to work at a fifth of what we used to pay. And so on and on, the great man wandered through the byways and labyrinths of his inarticulation. But while his visible and audible lips staggered drunkenly, his invisible lips were the open floodgates for a rushing, roaring torrent of words, all curses and all directed at her. Why the hell had he let his damned good nature trick him into letting her in to see him? Why the hell had she come anyhow? He was a most unhappy man, Kyle Brandon, and in his behavior in the scene with Cordelia, he should be judged as such. The ingredients of Kyle Brandon were the ingredients of the best of the so-called motion picture magnates. A large dash of fake buncombe, a gift for splendid promises, a touch of very real genius. Do not doubt the genius. The whole diluted and well shaken up with coloring matter and a large quantity of water, like bootlegger's whiskey. But instead of water and coloring matter, it would be more fair to Kyle Brandon to state that these last ingredients were just plain ordinary human nature. And human nature, yours or mine or a motion picture magnate's, grows embarrassed and indignant, and feels itself imposed upon, when a former prosperous friend drops in and asks for the fulfillment of a promise after that friend has turned into a famous failure. Brandon could hint at hard times and attendant disastrous conditions, but there was one condition which disturbed him more than any of these as far as Cordelia was concerned, and of this he dared not hint to her at all. Some 2 months earlier, there had been a Labor Day party in a San Francisco hotel, with whiskey and gin and a phonograph and pajamas. And in consequence, a widely advertised film comedian was then in jail, charged with the murder of a film actress, and a large part of the country was calling upon the films in an awful voice. The general effect of Billy Sunday talking vigorously into a vast amplifier, either to seek the paths of repentance and righteousness or else go out of business. At the time of Cordelia's visit to Brandon, the picture producers of the country were panic-stricken with morality. Cotton Mather was never more righteously upright. Indeed, there never has been, never will be, never can be, a higher peak of moral righteousness than the righteousness of all the picture producers in all their public utterances, all their public attitudes during the fall and winter of 1921. They were the 10 Commandments, the Beatitudes, the Blue Laws, rarefied, volatilized into their original cosmic vapor, and then recondensed, and the resultant pure distillate of virtue recomposed into human beings who strode about their offices as though they were God's latest priests in God's newest and chastest temples. And to think of this Cordelia Marlowe coming to him and asking to be put into pictures at such an hour of exalted, perfervid purity. Cordelia Marlowe, about whom all the papers of the country were printing stories. That recently exposed famous society blackmailer. Why, Put her in pictures! Put her in pictures! Kyle Brannon almost dissolved quite away in the mental perspiration of the very thought. When Cordelia finally got the solid residuum, the slight precipitate of his murky speech, she perceived that the golden opportunity for stardom had in some manner dwindled to this: a chance to be used as an extra woman, the pay $5 to $15 a day according to importance of character, and according to clothes required, she to furnish her own wardrobe, perhaps 2 days' work a week, perhaps not, certainly no more. She to pay all traveling expenses to Los Angeles and all living expenses, and no part of this to be considered as a guarantee on his part or as a promise. This was the day Cordelia decided she was not going to be a motion picture actress. Cordelia learned about life, real life, from motion pictures. She had been fully aware that Brannon had been embarrassed to see her, and this made her angry all during the interview. In this she was, in a degree, unjust to Brannon. There was some substance in a business sense to those unspoken objections which shivered through his mind. And then, as a matter of fact, Cordelia really could not act. She could walk gracefully about. She could take an easy, graceful pose, as when Brannon directed her at the pageant. But as for any natural, spontaneous ability as an actress, why, Cordelia could no more act than the average motion picture star. After giving up motion pictures, her mind turned to something which she knew she really could do. She was an excellent all-around athlete, the star of her years in Harcourt Hall, and although she had been gay in the years since then, she had never dissipated and was now in fine trim. The returned Lily had told her that the position of physical instructor at Harcourt Hall had just become vacant. Cordelia determined to apply for it. She was competent as a teacher, she believed. In her school days, the girls had taken to her naturally as a leader. She would make an ideal coach. She was the right person. Swallowing her pride, what was left of it, and putting on the pleasant smile she had worn into Brandon's office, Cordelia went out to her dear old schoolhome and asked to see Miss Harcourt. Always before, when she had dropped in for a visit, Miss Harcourt had instantly hurried out with a proud, ingratiating smile. Now Miss Harcourt's secretary asked her kindly to state her business. This Cordelia did, and the secretary vanished softly into the inner shrine. Presently she reappeared and reported to Cordelia that Miss Harcourt could not spare the time to see her and did not care to consider her for the vacant position. And so Cordelia also learned about life, real life, from Miss Harcourt. One of the things which she was beginning to learn about life was this: when you are down and out, about the only old friend of your splendid days whose friendship you can still count upon is yourself. And she was learning this other thing, that it's mighty fine if this particular friend is equipped to help you by being equipped to do something for which people will pay money. Cordelia might have tried for a place as physical instructor at some other school, but she judged her chances slight, with the school year underway and all positions doubtless filled. And besides, she had neither practical experience nor recommendations. And so, at last, Cordelia's mind turned toward that very occupation which occurred to her in the beginning of this history, when she called up Jerry Plimpton and asked him how much stenographers were paid. She would become a stenographer. Here her determination settled, and here it remained. She entered a business college and took up stenography and typewriting. And in such manner, at last Cordelia Marlowe, Cordelia the Magnificent, 23 going on 24, started out upon the humble end of that long road which stretches between trained competency and true magnificence. She was starting out to try to learn to be fundamental to all else, just an ordinary, average, self-supporting person. She found it hard, tremendously hard. What her studies most required was application, and in all her life she had never applied herself to anything except pleasure. But she was determined, for there were only a few dollars from the car between her and bitter necessity. She had to learn to be competent and learn in a few months, or else die. And so, during that fall and winter, Cordelia drove herself relentlessly all day at school, and then again at night, when her share of the housework was done, she drove herself at the keys of her rented typewriter until exhaustion and sleep would let her drive no more. If the old friends of the years of her magnificence could have seen Cordelia during the days and nights of this winter, they would have been bewildered. They simply could not have understood. Cordelia Marlowe doing such things, living in such a way, why, it just couldn't be so. Some might have pitied her, but most of them would have been very glad that they no longer had to know her. As for Lily, that lazy, irreverent child lived the life of these days with a tireless zest as this were the great adventure for which she had always hungered. Lily decided to add to her original qualification for being a stenographer her ability to chew gum by learning to typewrite, and when she was not busy at other work, and when Cordelia was not using it, she was hammering away at the typewriter, endeavoring under Cordelia's instruction to master the touch system. The two of them did not remain alone, nor in that first tiny flat for more than a month. Escorted by Mitchell, Esther came to call, and after a visit or two, and debates about the basis on which expenses should be divided, a larger flat was taken. And after that, the household was composed of Cordelia, Lily, Esther, and Francois, with Mitchell calling almost every evening. Esther's finances were a bit easier now than when she had first left Rolling Meadows, for Mitchell was turning over to her the income from a small sum which he, as the best friend of Francois's father, had managed to recover from the father's muddled estate. He told Esther this fib, as he confided to Cordelia, for the reason that if Esther knew the truth, that the money he was turning over to her was really the income from the sums he had extracted from Gladys, he knew she would regard the money as Gladys's and would refuse to take it. From this time on, Francois, who seemed to have a true collector's mania for mothers, again had 3 mothers as in the days of Rolling Meadows, and of the 3, Lily took her adopted motherhood with the most airs of importance. Hers was a mothership that fairly strutted. Pleas and commands from her mother and her other elders had had no effect whatsoever in restraining Lily's profanity. But somehow this son of hers, with no plea having been made to her, almost instantly brought about what those in authority had vainly striven for. Her swear words seemed suddenly to drop out of her vocabulary. As she explained to Mitchell, "You see, these days we women have got to be mighty careful how we bring our men folks up." With hard work and relentless driving, winter moved slowly on toward spring. These months, almost with her being unconscious of the accretion, details were added to Cordelia's estimate of Mitchell. His picture slowly filled out to a full-length living portrait. His business, she learned, was Eastern representative of a Cleveland firm manufacturing automobile parts. A young and small firm as yet, but with all of youth's vigorous determination and ambition. Its head was the friend to whom Mitchell had turned over his bonds as security, and whose temporary disaster had forced Mitchell to return to domestic service. The same friend who, in the letter Cordelia had long ago discovered in Mitchell's pocket, had thanked Mitchell for the remittances he had been sending. It was with this concern that Francois's tiny fortune was invested. The firm had a medium-priced car of its own, existing for the most part only in drawings, which it would launch upon the market as soon as the firm was better organized and as soon as it could draw to itself the necessary capital. The great selling point, and the great service point of this new car, Mitchell explained, was that, through the company's patents, it had all the stability and roadability of the heaviest and most expensive cars together with the gasoline economy and low upkeep of the average car of lower cost. There was a tremendous field for this type of car, Mitchell declared. Tremendous. She also became aware that, though he was up at the little apartment for an hour or two almost every evening, as a rule very early in the evening, so that he could have one of his grave talks with Francois before the boy's bedtime, Mitchell was a prodigious worker. He worked long hours, and his mind never slowed down. As he explained to Cordelia, "You see, I lost almost 5 years out of my working life through the war, and I've got to work myself double shift to make those 5 years up." He was certainly working double shift, and undoubtedly he would make up those years. Also, she learned that the facetious, fantastic, jesting quality which had so irritated her at first, because she had set it down as an assumed mannerism, was a true element of the man. He was just that way in all things. In him was a lot of the mischievous boy, the Peter Pan who would never grow up. Perhaps it was this left-over boyishness which gave him his amazing zest. She knew that he worked with a jesting smile. He had made love to her with a jesting smile, and she imagined that he had gone into battle with that same smile of high banter. That smile, she now realized, signified no lack of seriousness, of high purposes, of grim determination. It was merely the way in which this particular man faced the great problems, the great dangers, the great desires of his life. And back of that fantastic jesting smile, she now knew, was an infinite tenderness. Also, she realized that he had this tenderness reverse, a grim, patient, relentless, almost maniacal vindictiveness toward any injustice, particularly an injustice or insult directed at his friends. This last she sensed, in its most marked degree, in his unchanging attitude toward Gladys. Toward Gladys, she judged, he would stop at nothing. In fact, he had said as much. Imperceptibly, the conviction grew upon her that Mitchell, if the chances of life did not turn all against him, might someday be recognized as a very remarkable man, perhaps even a very great man. For the able man who smiles at everything and keeps right on going, he is a man that nothing less than fortune's malignant and unchanging ill will can ever stop. These ideas concerning Mitchell were not so much definite conclusions, the result of conscious and careful observation, as a final sum of almost unconscious impressions which filtered into her as the busy weeks and months moved slowly by. From the newspapers during that winter and early spring, Cordelia occasionally got bits of gossip about persons who had formerly been important in her life. Jerry Plimpton, as she had known, had started for Japan the day after he broke his engagement to her. In February, the papers reported him back in New York. Of the others, Gladys was one of whom the papers told her the most. Socially, that winter was the biggest and best Gladys had ever had, for this was the first active social season since she was 19. She was 19 when Francois was born, when her spirits had not been repressed and her activities restrained by her ever-present fear of exposure. Now that old dread was gone, Esther had removed it. Her spirits swept her where they wished. She entertained frequently and lavishly, having dug up from some obscure spot, as a substitute for her stepsister, an elderly lady of dignified aspect who responded promptly and obligingly when addressed by Gladys as Aunt Gertrude. So the lady took the role of Gladys's aunt without a day's rehearsal and with no previous knowledge of Gladys, and who gave the element of propriety to the social activities of Gladys's spinster household. And when Gladys's was not entertaining, she was being entertained. She was immensely popular, immensely successful. If by misadventure these pages have given any impression that Gladys was publicly an unpleasant character, that impression must here be emphatically corrected. Gladys was never unpleasant except to dependents or inferiors or enemies, or when she lost her temper. And when Gladys lost her temper, if the person offended was one she thought of importance, she apologized so promptly and profusely that she begot a kindly feeling toward herself as one of those hot-headed, warm-hearted persons who flare up and then flare swiftly down in misery and self-reproach. Not an ounce of real ill-nature in her whole make-up, you know. No one knew more of the art of being consciously pleasant than Gladys. In her methods, she was similar to those thrifty farmers who keep the worst of their produce for home consumption and send their best to market. One of our greatest comic actors, an incurable addict to matrimony, he is still alive, God save his bones, thus summed up the wife of one of his middle marriages, widely known as a delightful actress. "She's great on the stage, but hell in a flat." That was Gladys. On her own stage, she was truly great. Also, Cordelia heard of Jackie Thorndike and of Eileen Harkness, of these and other of her friends, from the newspapers, and from Mitchell, who now heard far more of the gossip about town than did she. Jackie and Murray Thorndike had finally come to an open smash-up. Murray had gone to Paris, where his temperamental dancer was said to be, and Jackie was in California starting her divorce proceedings. As for the Harknesses, it now appeared that both of them for a long time had consciously been going at a much faster pace than an honest usage of the resources would have permitted. Peter Harkness's brokerage firm was one of the many financial houses that were accused early in 1922 of bucket shop practices. It had collapsed, and Peter had suddenly vanished on the magic carpet which seems ever at the disposal of all absconders, leaving behind him debts, wailing claimants, and a penniless wife. Eileen, however, appeared not to be prostrated by her misfortune. Report had it that she was living upon the benevolence of, and finding great solace in, the company of a rich gentleman who looked young and handsome, if one did not inspect his makeup too closely, despite his 55 years. At any rate, she dined openly with him almost nightly at the smarter restaurants, and went with him to the first nights of all the new plays. As she lay awake, Cordelia often thought of the four of them, Gladys, Jackie, Eileen, herself. And included with the four, she sometimes thought of other girls much like themselves, her mates at Harcourt Hall, her friends in society. But mostly her thoughts dwelt upon the four, and these thoughts began to form the weak bones of a philosophy that thus far was amorphous. All four of them had been envied girls, superficially at least, all clever, brilliant girls. They had had everything. They had been heiresses of leisure, with nothing to do but enjoy themselves. And starting with everything, what a mess they had made of their lives, all of them. Gladys, now the most successful of the lot, at bottom a sneaking, scheming, crawling creature, afraid of the one real thing in her life, her own child. The restless Jackie, Cordelia no longer placed the major blame on Murray, always so eager to be on the go that she had not cared to make a real home, and now apparently about to develop into that type of woman whose life is just a series of rapid pilgrimage from the present husband to the next, and for whom life's only variety is this matrimonial change. And pretty, dashing Eileen, now apparently on her way to becoming a woman of the town of the smarter class. And herself. Publicly, at least, she had become the most inglorious cropper of them all. Yes, what a mess they had made of life, all of them. And as a bit of philosophy began to come into her life, Cordelia's views toward herself and her career began slowly to alter. She had been unjustly used, had been tricked, lied about. But then, after all, she herself was most to blame for all the evil that had overtaken her. Her confidence had been based on nothing real. Her sense of mastery over herself and over others had no solid powers behind it. She had been just pretense, self-deception, an utter amateur at life, and yet so confident. She had sought to build a great mansion on a foundation of sand, and someone had come along and their touch had helped topple it over. If she had conceived the right sort of house, and had builded her house properly, all the strength of these people could not have moved so much as one of its smallest timbers. And while she did not hate and despise Franklin the less, she blamed herself the more for their relationship. She now saw that she had taken the wrong turn, because it was the easier turn at the very start. She now saw that she, and girls like her, had been the destined prey, the especially trained prey, for the men who had written her those odious letters or for the Franklins of the world. Her self-confidence, her tremendous belief in herself, had made her Franklin's easy dupe. But for that conceit, that sense of her high value and great power, she would not have taken as a matter of course that she, an untrained person, could honestly earn $30,000 a year, and could honestly do the things Franklin had asked her to do. Yes, it had not been so much Franklin as her own great conceit that had made a fool of her, the same conceit that was making, in various ways, fools out of other girls of her kind. It was about this time in Cordelia's vague, philosophizing, calendar time was in March, that there began to grow up in Cordelia, its first sprouts were tingling and awing thrills, the strange, unreal sense that, perhaps after all, her misfortune was in time to prove her salvation. She had been lucky. That was it, she was lucky. She hadn't deserved luck, she had no merit, but she was lucky. Every day this sense grew stronger, more tingling, with more of lift to it. Through sheer blind luck, she might eventually escape into something fundamentally better, finer, more worthwhile than the most glorious of her former dreams. It was when Cordelia began to think like this that her old friends, could they have known her thoughts, would have understood her least of all. She finished her business course in March. She had been working under stenography and typewriting from 12 to 15 hours every day, including Sundays. All those extra hours of self-imposed drill now counted. She was a fair stenographer for one without experience, and she had the makings of an exceptional typist, for the swiftness and exactness of muscle and nerve which had made her an unusual athlete were assets of equal value upon the typewriter. The day she had graduated, Mitchell proposed to her again. Mitchell had gradually come to be an accepted part of her life. She felt more of easy comfort, of at-homeness, with him than with any other man she had known. But she didn't know whether she could ever love anybody. The nerve centers of romance were still dazed from what had happened to her. And perhaps there was permanent paralysis. These things she told Mitchell, and she added one other thing. I'm not any too proud of what I used to be, but everybody believes I was a blackmailer. I was not, at least not consciously. But it wouldn't be fair to any man for me to come to him as his wife, bringing along my terrible reputation as a blackmailer. And I'm not going to. If we could ever clear that reputation, what would you say? You're suggesting the remote and improbable, if not the impossible. But if we ever could, and ever do, may I ask you again? I suppose you may. Then she smiled at him. I'm only saying you may ask so, merely because I know I couldn't stop you anyhow. I'm taking that as a promise. Please remember it. Now, I've got another proposal. If you won't marry me, will you work for me? This proposal she accepted, but not until after a long wrangle about salary. He offered to start her at $20 a week. She knew that this was more than a beginner ordinarily could get and refused it. They finally compromised on $15. And at $15 a week, Cordelia the Magnificent began her career as a wage earner. What Cordelia needed to improve her was practice and experience, and Mitchell saw that she got both. Besides which, she kept hammering at the typewriter at home at nights to develop her speed. During the weeks that followed, she made rapid progress. She gained that self-confidence which is based upon trained ability to do a thing, which is a different sort from her more glorious confidence, which was based on nothing at all. She knew she was better, so when on the first day of May, that was her birthday, and she was 24, Mitchell again offered her $20 a week. This time, she accepted it. Her first $20 pay envelope brought Cordelia one of the very greatest moments of her career. She was making $20 a week, and she could live on $20 a week. For the first time in all her life, Cordelia Marlowe was living within her income. A few days later on Fifth Avenue, she saw Gladys walking toward her with Jerry Plimpton. This was the first time she had seen either since that century-distant day in Gladys's library. Jerry held his face straight ahead, though she knew that he had seen her. But Gladys gave her a look of hard, exultant triumph, not otherwise recognizing her, slipped a hand through Jerry's arm, laughingly said something close against his ear, and thus, arm in arm, they swept by her. She knew from Gladys's manner what had happened, and was therefore not surprised the following morning when she read an announcement of their engagement. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 31, Mitchell Says His Say. The engagement of Gladys and Jerry was almost as great a social sensation as had been the engagement of Jerry and Cordelia. Gladys, however, despite her wealth, was not the figure Cordelia had been when Cordelia was making the world her eager and admiring servant. Gladys never would be such a figure, for she lacked the true goodwill toward others, the graciousness, the social readiness, which Cordelia, despite her many failings, really did possess. Even so, Gladys had no cause to complain of lack of envy, applause, and publicity. There were columns and columns about this brilliant social romance. Two hearts united, as well as two great fortunes. Their handsome faces gazed forth from all the papers of the country, and there were pictures of rolling meadows, and Gladys's townhouse, and of Jerry's various houses, and of his yacht. All the world loves a lover, and newspapers have an especial love for lovers who have many mansions and many estates. Cordelia read all this, read that work had once more been started on Jerry's houses to put them into fit condition to receive the new heiress to the glories of Jerry's famous mother, read that the pair, after their marriage, which was set for only a month away, were to be very active socially, that they would, in fact, resume the Plimpton social activities which had been allowed to decline since Mrs. Plimpton's death. In brief, it was all a reprint of Love's splendid prospectus of months and months before, with Gladys's name substituted for Cordelia's. But Cordelia, reading, was not envious. Gladys was welcome to Jerry. A certain cynical bitterness, however, Cordelia could not keep down. Thus were the lying, the scheming, the cringing, the cowardice, the insolence of Gladys rewarded. Gladys was everything that was mean, and she walked in triumph before the world. But, after all, that was life. That was how fortune, successes seemed to fall. That was how life picked its favorites. And another bitterness Cordelia could not altogether keep down. Gladys walked in triumph before the world, and this same world still believed her, Cordelia, to be a blackmailer and worse. And this same triumphant Gladys was the person who had thrust her down into her dishonor. For without the support of Gladys's lies, the lies of Franklin would have been no avail. But such reflection Cordelia tried to push aside and concentrate on business. All such matters were a part of the past. She had a future to make. She worked harder than ever. At about this time, a new acquaintance came inconspicuously into the very small circle of friends of the little family in the Harlem flat. Mitchell introduced him as Mr. James Aldrich, a business friend from the West, whose affairs in New York were being delayed, and who, therefore, having little to do for the present and being almost a stranger in the city, would be mighty happy if the family would receive him within its gates. "He's been good to me, so be good to him," said Mitchell, and the family obeyed. Mr. Aldrich was Mitchell's age, near 30, a big, pleasant-faced, clumsy figure of a man, diffident of manner and unready of speech. Cordelia saw little of him, but was inclined to like him. He was up often during the day, Cordelia gathered, and went on walks with Esther and Francois, or played with Francois in the flat while Esther was busy with the housework. And Cordelia gathered that both liked the stranger. It seemed to Cordelia that there was a vague, strained something in Mr. Aldrich's manner, but she had not the time and was not sufficiently interested to try to analyze this quality. It was just a week after the announcement of the engagement of Gladys and Jerry, and all that part of the world which is interested in the doings of society was still aflutter at the news, that when Cordelia appeared in the office at the usual 9 o'clock, Mitchell said to her, "I'm going to have a little conference here today. I want you to be present, and I want you to keep hold of yourself." Cordelia had need for this control when the parties to the conference began to arrive at 10 o'clock. There were 2 strangers whom Mitchell then and later introduced as Mr. Emerson and Mr. Bailey, interested in a little matter with me. They were silent, composed men, and so remained throughout the conference. Then came Esther. Then, together, came Gladys Norworth and Jerry Plimpton. Their entrance was a real surprise to Cordelia. She now began to wonder what this business could be about, and she wondered by what means these last 2 had been brought to Mitchell's office. The means was then known only to Mitchell and Gladys. There had been a brief note from Mitchell to Gladys, of which this was a portion. "I now have the definitive proof of who is the real mother of Francois. I shall let the illegitimacy of his maternity become a matter of widest public knowledge if you are not in my office Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, and if you do not bring Mr. Plimpton with you. I leave entirely to you the method of influence by which you get Mr. Plimpton here." As Gladys entered, her manner was proud, defiant, disdainful. Then she saw her stepsister, and sudden fear flashed into her green eyes. But instantly her pride was again in control. She gave Esther a distant, frigid nod. Esther gazed at her coldly, but did not return the greeting. Jerry stood formally at Gladys's elbow. He did not like the memory of the last scene in which he had been involved with these people, and he was very much upon his dignity. Cordelia, pulsing with suspense, feeling herself only a spectator in whatever was about to happen, gazed around from one to another, awaiting developments. Mitchell had taken the situation in hand with brisk pleasantness, with perfect ease, the moment these last 2 had entered. He had noted that both had ignored the presence of Cordelia. "By the way, Miss Norworth, Mr. Plimpton," he inquired, "have you ever met my secretary, Miss Marlowe?" Gladys and Jerry bowed stiffly, and Cordelia responded in like manner. At Mitchell's request, all took seats. "And now to our little business," said Mitchell in his most pleasant tone. "But, Miss Norworth, before we go into the real matter that has brought us here, there is a small affair I wish to clear up. To clear this affair up satisfactorily will require answers from you to a few questions which I shall put. Before putting these questions, Miss Norworth, I wish to remind you of something. In a note you received, there was reference to a certain fact. I wish to state that I can prove that fact. I have all the evidence I need. Have I not, Miss Stevens?" Gladys, suddenly pale, looked swiftly across at her stepsister. Esther was also pale, but her face was set. "You have all the evidence," said Esther. Gladys needed no further assurance upon that point. "The questions I desire to put to you, Miss Norworth," Mitchell continued, "all relate to Miss Marlowe, and all relate to a certain incident which occurred in your library some 6 months ago. Are you inclined to answer those questions, Miss Norworth?" Cordelia tensed at this. After all, there might be something in the conference which concerned her. Gladys tried to appear calm, at her ease, but her voice was strained. "Go ahead." "Thank you. On the occasion referred to, Miss Norworth, Mr. Franklin stated that sometime before Miss Marlowe began her visit to your home, he had been retained by you as her attorney. You then supported Mr. Franklin by testifying that his statement was the truth. Now, as a matter of fact, when Miss Marlowe's visit began, was Mr. Franklin then employed as your attorney, or was he not? Gladys hesitated. Her eyes wavered appealingly to Esther. She saw no mercy there. She flashed a look of hate into Cordelia's eager, awaiting face. He was not, Gladys admitted. Cordelia caught a sharp breath. Mitchell went on. Mr. Franklin, to prove his statement that he had been your attorney all the while, produced a letter undeniably written by you, which was dated about the middle of May. Did you write that letter at that date, or antedate it? Write it much later? I wrote it much later. Mr. Franklin also referred to an alleged contract for his services, also signed by you about the middle of May. Did you sign this contract at that date, or sign it much later? I signed it much later. On this same occasion, Mr. Franklin stated that, as your attorney, he devised a plan. In fact, the two of you devised a plan in advance for trapping Miss Marlowe in a blackmailing scheme. You testified to the truth of these statements. Now, as a matter of fact, was any such plan made in advance, or was there not? There was not. On this same occasion, Mr. Franklin stated that, in carrying out this plan, you had been paying blackmail to Miss Marlowe through him. You testified that this was truth. As a matter of fact, was any of your money paid to Miss Marlowe directly or indirectly that you can prove to have been blackmail money? She hesitated a moment over this, frantically searching her mind for proof. Cordelia, bewildered by the manner in which these last facts were coming out, gazed breathlessly at Gladys, awaiting her answer. No, Gladys said finally. But you did pay money to Mr. Franklin that you were morally certain was blackmail, which in fact you were told was blackmail? Yes. In brief, all these statements which you made against Miss Marlowe on that day, which was to have been her wedding day, all your statements were lies? Gladys hesitated again, but the answer came. Yes. And you know of nothing whatever against Miss Marlowe which you can prove that is to her discredit? No. In brief, then, all the things you said that day against Miss Marlowe and in support of Mr. Franklin, you said to carry out a conspiracy whose purpose was to damage Miss Marlowe's reputation? Gladys balked at this, stared at Mitchell in frightened obstinacy. Go on, he ordered sternly. Were all these statements just a conspiracy to ruin Miss Marlowe? Yes, Gladys whispered. That will be all, Miss Norworth. And now, while the matter is fresh in mind, we will just put the substance of your present statements into an affidavit. I'll dictate the affidavit to Miss Marlowe, and you'll sign it, Miss Norworth, and all the persons here present I'll ask to sign as witnesses. And I'll have the notary from the next office present during the proceedings to make the thing legally shipshape. As Mitchell said, so it was done. 15 minutes later, the affidavit was properly signed, witnessed, and attested in duplicate. Besides these 2 official copies, there were half a dozen unsigned carbons. Mitchell handed Cordelia one of the signed affidavits. This document, Miss Marlowe, properly used, he remarked, will remove every slur from your name, except the one cast on it by Mr. Plimpton. and properly used, and I shall see that it is properly used, and see that Miss Norworth supplements it if necessary with testimony on the witness stand. Properly used. I rather believe it will make Mr. Franklin a somewhat unhappy gentleman." Cordelia took the affidavit with trembling hand. Thanks, she stammered weakly. That this thing had happened, and happened so swiftly and unexpectedly, still seemed incredible to her. And just how Mitchell was making it happen she could not understand. "I should explain to you, Miss Marlowe," he went on, "that what I have just done now I could not have done on that day at Rolling Meadows, because I then did not have the evidence I now have, especially the support of Miss Stevens." I think I like this way very much better," Cordelia said. Mitchell turned to the others. "In order that you all may have for your personal records, as a memorandum of what you have just heard and witnessed, I shall give each an unsigned copy of Miss Norworth's affidavit." This he proceeded to do. Gladys and Jerry refused the copies offered them, but Esther accepted, and also the two silent men about whose business there Cordelia had been wondering. With the second signed affidavit, Mitchell crossed to his office safe, deposited the affidavit therein, locked the safe, and returned to his former position. "And now," he said in his pleasant voice, "let's get to our real business. But before going further, Miss Marlowe, I desire to remind you that I once remarked to you that when the proper time came I might have something to say. You remember?" "Yes, I remember," said Cordelia. "The right time has come for me to say what I have to say. I shall now proceed. But first, Mr. Plimpton, in order that you may understand what is to follow, you should know a few facts which are already known to most of us here. One of these preliminary facts is that I have known Miss Norworth since 1916, now almost 6 years. We got to know each other rather well in Paris shortly after she first went over. That is correct, is it not, Miss Norworth?" "Yes," admitted Gladys. "Through this long acquaintance, I am in a position to know pretty thoroughly what I am talking about. The second preliminary fact Mr. Plimpton should know, already known to the rest of us, is that Miss Norworth is the real mother of Francois." Cordelia, herself stunned by this, saw Gladys come wildly to her feet. "You promised not to tell that!" she cried frantically. "You promised! In your letter!" "My letter promised no such thing. Read it carefully, and you will find no such promise. What I promised... But wait and see." "Gladys," breathed Jerry Plimpton. "Gladys," and seeming unable to go further, he stopped. Gladys, in her frenzy, turned appealingly to Esther. "Esther," she choked out. "Esther, your promise! Esther!" But this time there was no rushing to her rescue on Esther's part. Esther's gaze was cold, devoid of sympathy. Inevitably, Cordelia's eyes went to Jerry Plimpton. Jerry was very pale. His was the face of a gentleman who was having a most unhappy time in his attempts at marriage. But he now did get his words out. They came in a strained, stupefied voice. "Gladys, is this true? Is Francois your child? Your illegitimate child?" Gladys slumped into her chair, every bone soft, and covered her face with both hands. She did not answer him. "Gladys," he repeated, "is Francois your child? Your illegitimate child?" The admission for which so many years Gladys had fought to keep from making Now came a thinnest whisper through her fingers. Yes. Jerry Plimpton straightened up sharply, white as his collar, and stood rigid with the rigidity of one incapable of motion. "We still have to come to our real business," continued Mitchell. "But before going further, I must again touch upon some preliminary facts, a bit of history. I shall briefly give this history partly for Mr. Plimpton's information, but more with the hope that Miss Marlowe may see my point of view, may understand why I did what I did. What I now have to tell Miss Marlowe may put me, in some of its details, in an unfavorable light, and I want you to think as well of me as possible." "Go on," Cordelia breathed, wondering where he was leading now. He continued to direct his speech to Cordelia. "You know what I have first to tell, Miss Marlowe, but Mr. Plimpton does not. The best friend I ever had, Billy Grayson, then a sergeant in the Canadian Army in France, and then about 23 or 4, met Miss Norworth while we were both on leave together in Paris. We met Miss Norworth in a Café de Paris. At that time, he was the spectacular hero of the hour, and he was slated for promotion. He was later quickly and utterly forgotten, as the legion of other small heroes had their turn. But during his day of glory, he was supreme, honored everywhere. To own him was to own a prize. He and Miss Norworth fell in love and wanted to marry at once. From the very first, I thought Miss Norworth was attracted only by his hero's radiance, for before the war he was an automobile mechanic, ambitious and able, but just a mechanic. And within a day I was convinced his hero's radiance was indeed all she really cared for. I urged Billy Grayson not to marry her. I didn't think she was good enough, and it was my business to save my friend if I could. But he was thoroughly infatuated, and my advice did no good. Miss Stevens, for very different reasons, urged Miss Norworth against the marriage, but there was no stopping her. They were married, secretly, at Miss Norworth's insistence, for she wished to avoid trouble with her stepsister. And thereafter the marriage was kept a secret. Of all their friends, I was the only one who knew. I was a witness. I particularly ask you, Miss Marlowe, to give careful attention to what I say next. You already know the facts, most of them. I am retelling the facts chiefly for Mr. Plimpton's sake. It is the point of view behind those facts that I want you to get, my point of view. Before our leave was over, I saw how completely right I had been about Miss Norworth. Billy Grayson's glory had already begun to pass to other heroes. She saw him now as just an ordinary mechanic. With him stripped of glory, she was ashamed of him, and was now glad that no one knew of the marriage. It made me hate her, her attitude toward my friend, the finest, simplest fellow alive. In my behalf, I ask you to remember, Miss Marlowe, that I was then only 24. Well, we went back to the front, and almost at once we got in a bit of action. Grayson was reported killed. I was wounded slightly and landed in a Paris hospital. Within a month from the time Grayson and I had said goodbye to her, I saw Miss Norworth again. She was tremendously relieved, even rejoiced at the death of Grayson. She was now more happy than ever that the marriage had been kept a secret. She need never admit it now. The world need never know her terrible mistake and disgrace. I despised and hated her more than ever. Up to this time, Miss Marlowe, though I disliked her, I had never done a thing against Miss Norworth beyond urging my friend not to marry her. But this attitude of hers was too much. I made her even happier yet about keeping the marriage a secret, by something which I told her. I told her that before going into this last action, Billy Grayson had had a premonition that this was to be his end, and he had asked me, in case he did go west, to tell Miss Norworth the truth, that he already had a wife, a French girl he had married 1.5 years earlier. I told Miss Norworth this, produced the French wife and her 6-month-old child and the marriage certificate. Miss Norworth was horrified. The bigamous wife of an automobile mechanic? What if that were known in her world? The disgrace of it! She thanked God again that the marriage had been kept safely secret, and that the bigamous husband, who had never been her husband at all, was safely dead. A little later, she learned she was going to have a child, Grayson's child, an illegitimate child. That threatened to bring the awful story of her mistaken marriage before the public, and she was more horrified than ever. Miss Stevens urged her to admit the facts and have the child openly. Miss Norworth would not hear of such a thing. The disgrace! So at Miss Norworth's insistence, a plan was arranged, whereby the child was born in secret. Later, following a practice then much in vogue of adopting French war orphans, Miss Norworth sought to conceal the whole affair by adopting her own son, supposedly the orphan of nameless French parents. I knew the truth, and later a few others learned it, and from that time to this, about 5 years, Miss Norworth has lived in daily fear that her secret would be discovered. She has lied. She hid behind Miss Stevens. She used every trick and twist she could think of. She let herself be blackmailed. She finally denied her own son. When all these 5 years... All this while Mitchell had been addressing himself to Cordelia, but at the last he had wheeled about upon Gladys, and his voice, which had flowed evenly throughout his narrative, now rang out with a sharp command. "Listen to what comes next, Gladys." Till then, Gladys's face had been buried in her hands. His recital had contained nothing new for her, just the bare facts that had constituted her monotonous but poignant dread for years. At his command, she raised her sickly, stricken face. "When all those 5 years, Gladys," his voice drove at her, "if you had not been a snob and a sneak and a coward, if there had been one tiny streak of true woman in you, you need not have paid 1 penny of hush money, and need not have had a single moment of fear." Gladys blinked stupidly at this. What? She mumbled. He turned back to Cordelia. The formality, the evenness of speech and manner he had maintained throughout the scene was now dropped. "Remember this in my behalf, Cordelia," he said rapidly, pleadingly. "I don't justify all I did, but I was 24, a boy, and I hated this snob for the way she had despised and spit upon my dead friend. I was ready for anything that would square the insult she had put upon a fine, brave man." He turned quickly upon Gladys. "You need not have had 1 moment of fear," he repeated. "There was nothing to fear, nothing whatever to be ashamed of except yourself. For everything I told you was lies." "Lies?" she said stupidly. "Lies? How?" "Isn't it getting pretty obvious? I wanted to make you suffer for being ashamed of such a man as Grayson. I thought a lot about it, thought as well as a young fellow of 24 could think. And I saw a way. My friend was dead. A slander on his name wouldn't hurt him. Besides, it probably would never become known. Since you were ashamed of being married to a mechanic and afraid it might be found out, it struck me that nothing else would hurt your snobbish pride so much as feeling you were not merely the wife of a mechanic, but worse than that, his illegal wife, his bigamous wife. The great Gladys Norworth, bigamous wife of a mechanic. How you would squirm with the shame of it. How you would squirm with the fear of its ever becoming public. So I worked the plan out and put it over, and it was all a lie. There was still stupid bewilderment in the stare of Gladys's wide eyes. It is difficult, all at once, to accept the reversal of an obsessing fear that had been the central fact, but ever uncertain foundation of one's existence. But that marriage document, that other wife, the child. That document was forged, and purposely forged so clumsily that its forgery would have been obvious if you had had the nerve to demand its investigation. The woman was the widow of a French poilu. The child was hers. The poor thing needed money, and she really didn't know what she was doing. I paid her 100 francs. Gladys gazed at him, blinking, speechless. At the time I did this, I had no thought beyond making you personally do a lot of squirming in the place your pride is located. I then did not foresee your child. When I learned of the child and how you were ashamed of his father, well, I decided you had earned any new suffering your pride and cowardice might bring you. But I did not intend the boy ever to suffer. I was going to see to that. Gladys's dazed faculties were slowly realizing the, to her, stupendous facts. Then, Billy Grayson was not what you said. A bigamist? A crook? Billy Grayson was about the finest and straightest man any woman ever had the honor to call her husband. And my marriage, it was as legal as law can make a marriage. And then, Francois, if a thoroughly legal marriage is what makes a child legitimate, then there was never a more legitimate child than Francois. Then, there came a quaver of self-pity in her voice. Then I've suffered all these years without deserving it. Don't waste any sympathy on yourself. You've deserved all you've got. The point for you to think of is that you've suffered all these years without needing to suffer. For in all these years, there has not been a moment when, by being a real woman, you could not have instantly have cleared things away. Even when I told you that lie in Paris, I still had a lingering hope that you would come out like a real wife and hotly declare you would not believe any such slander against the man you had just married and who had just bravely died in action. If you had shown that much respect for the memory of Grayson, I would have shown you all my cards right there and have ended the matter. And ever since, I have been hoping you'd call my bluff, defy me, in which case I'd instantly have come out with the facts. They were always right on the surface for you anyhow. There never was a more flimsy frame-up, one more purposely flimsy. You had but to stretch out your hand, and at the bare touch it would have toppled over. Only one thing made so flimsy a frame-up possible. You are so proud, so snobbish, so selfish, so self-centered, and again snobbish and self-centered, and forever and ever snobbish and self-centered. Gladys heard but little of this final tirade. Her mind, as it came out of its palsy, had gone reaching toward things of more importance than these vain might-have-beens. As Mitchell finished with an excited glow, A glow of vast relief had lighted her face, and that glow she now turned on Jerry. "Oh, Jerry, Jerry!" she cried sobbingly happily. "Jerry, everything's all right. You heard. There's nothing against me. Nothing. My marriage was legal. Francois is legitimate. And I'm a real widow. Oh, Jerry, after what I've been through, isn't this wonderful? There's nothing now to stop our marriage, Jerry. We can go right ahead." Jerry, still pale with the pallor of a man who has almost found a skeleton in what was to have been his family closet, gazed at her uncertainly. Cordelia could see that the substance of what he had been hearing was not quite clear to him. It had not yet had time to become settled into its proper place, become adjusted to its proper relation to other facts of his life's other considerations. Gladys turned again to Mitchell. Cordelia had never seen a swifter transformation in a person than in Gladys. Gladys, so abject and lifeless but a moment before, had never been more haughty, more imperious, more triumphant. "Now that you have completed your confession, Mr. Mitchell," she said, "I presume we are quite through with the business on which you brought me here, and we shall be going." She wheeled on Esther. "And I wish to serve notice on you, Esther," she said severely, "that as soon as I can arrange for it, I'm going to have Francois back. You know that he is my child, and you have just heard that he is my legitimate child, and I'm going to have him back." Gladys now turned upon Cordelia, whom all this while she had scarcely noticed. In her triumph, she could not restrain her desire for a last vindictive fling at the person who had once been her greatest rival, and who in her eyes was now to become so lowly a figure. "I don't care if you are cleared. At least I stopped you," she cried. "I suppose you and Mitchell fixed this little scheme up, hoping to injure me. Well, you see how your little scheme has worked out. You've cleared me, set me free of everything. As for you, Cordelia the Magnificent, I hope you'll enjoy your sweet, beautiful career of being a magnificent stenographer. Goodbye to you." She turned next to Jerry. "Come on, Jerry, we're through here. We've had quite enough of these people." She took Jerry's arm. He responded obediently to her proud touch, and she swept him toward the door. Cordelia, watching them, drew a deep breath. So, at last, this episode of Gladys's secret that had been inserted in her life was now ended, and ended with Gladys, in her own mind at least, splendidly triumphant. End of chapter 31. Read by BookBard.
Chapter 32 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dodi. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 32. Mitchell says some more. But before Gladys, leading Jerry, reached the door, Cordelia again heard Mitchell's voice. It was polite, pleasant. "Just one other little matter before you go, Miss Norworth. Excuse me, I should now give you your correct name, Mrs. Grayson. I have not quite finished what you term my confession, Mrs. Grayson. And you too, Mr. Plimpton. I think you also should hear the rest of my confession before completing the plans for your marriage." The pair turned about. "Please make it brief," Gladys ordered haughtily. "We've been here quite long enough." "I shall be extremely brief, Mrs. Grayson. for I now have very little left to tell, and it all relates to one single fact. I believed as thoroughly as you did, and as other people did, that the report of Billy Grayson's death was true. When the war was over, and my regiment was waiting in England to be returned to Canada, and straggling prisoners of war from German prison camps were being returned to their original outfits, why, just imagine my surprise, Mrs. Grayson, when Billy Grayson came plumping into me. The flashing hauteur of Gladys's face turned instantly to gray ashes. She swayed and clutched Jerry. Billy Grayson was alive? Her stiff lips whispered. He was as alive as you are, Mrs. Grayson, only very thin and horribly dirty and terribly in need of a shave. Again Gladys swayed into a chair and collapsed, huddled as if with melted bones, sat staring at Mitchell with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Cordelia could guess how utterly stunned Gladys was, the life almost knocked out of her by this revelation, for she herself was reeling with stupefaction from the surprise of this last of the many things Mitchell had had to say. "Alive?" mumbled Gladys's stiff lips. "Alive? How?" "That's a very commonplace story, though it was anything but commonplace to Billy, in living it for 2 years and more. The war had thousands and thousands of cases just like it, too old and common a story to bother you now with its details. Men officially reported dead, no news from them, and then the war ended, the German prison camps emptied, these officially dead men turned up. There were so many of them that they were not even news. Billy's return didn't even get a line in the papers. You see, officially, he was a person of no importance. He had never got his expected commission. He was reported dead before the papers could go through. And as for his having once been a spectacular hero, that, of course, had long before been entirely forgotten. And so, outside his own company, and outside his few friends, no one paid much attention to what had happened to Billy. And you, not being interested, very naturally did not hear. With her gray, loose face, Gladys stared at Mitchell in silence. "Billy's first question, Mrs. Grayson," Mitchell continued, "was about you. All those 2 years in the prison camp, he had been thinking of little else except you. Thinking of you was the one bright thing for him in that hell of his life. He was more in love with you than ever, and you weren't fit to kiss the rags of his shoes he wore. He wanted to get right to you. I wasn't going to let a fine, loyal man like Billy be humiliated by you, have him break his heart in your presence. I wasn't going to let the man I loved, a man with the tremendous woman hunger that a war prison creates in one, go silly about your foolish self again. I was going to cure him, if a cure was possible, but I certainly had my work cut out for me. I broke the thing to him bit by bit. I told him a few technical lies, but in its essence everything I told him was the truth. I told him that you were ashamed of him because he was a mechanic, that you had never acknowledged your marriage to him, that when the report had come of his death, you had been glad, for it had freed you of the shame of ever having to acknowledge him as your husband, that, hiding the marriage of which you were ashamed, you were passing yourself off as an unmarried woman. There was one important fact I held back from him, Francois. I was afraid if he knew he had a son, it might upset all my plans to cure him, to save him. I felt sure Esther would save the son. Just then the most important thing in the world to me was to save the father. So I told him these things. Later he had a chance to prove them to himself. He has seen you often, Mrs. Grayson, when you didn't know he was watching you. What he learned at first broke his heart, but it cured him. He's simple and modest, Billy Grayson is, but he's got a real man's pride. He wanted nothing to do with a wife who was ashamed of him. Again, slow, dazed words came from Gladys's stiff lips. "So, he's really alive? Still alive?" "He's still alive, Mrs. Grayson. He's gone back to his old trade. He runs a garage out in Cleveland. I'm sure, Mrs. Grayson, all your society friends will be delighted with your splendid match when they learn that your husband runs a garage." His last thrust was wasted on her. She was feeling too many other things just then to feel mere irony. "And she mumbled on, he knows all this?" "He didn't know it all at the time, but he knows it all now. Everything. 5 days ago I told him everything, including the deceptions I practiced first to revenge him and later to save him. And he's forgiven me. Not till 5 days ago did he know that he had a son. A few minutes ago you declared to Esther you intended to take Francois back. You will not. Billy has gone crazy over Francois, and Francois has gone crazy over Billy. You would have had a poor chance of getting him away from Esther, to whom you gave what amounts to a quitclaim. You'll have no chance at all to get him away from his father, not with your record as a wife, and particularly your record as a mother." Breathless from the swift development, Cordelia looked across at Esther. Esther was pale, but her set face held no surprise. It was evident that Esther had known all these things before she had entered the office, had perhaps known them for days. Cordelia's head turned back just in time to see the limp figure of Gladys fling itself with galvanic energy from its chair. "I don't believe it!" she cried to Mitchell with a hysterical burst of imperious defiance. "You're trying to trick me again, as you did before. It's lies, all lies. But you can't fool me this time. I don't believe a word of it." "This time, I'm not asking you to believe a word of it." Mitchell stepped to the door of his inner office, opened it, and called, "Just step in here a minute, Billy." Cordelia, her breath again held, watched the open door, and there walked in, she already had a swift suspicion as to who Billy was, there walked in the big, pleasant-faced Mr. Aldrich, who had been so much about their apartment these past few days, and who had grown so friendly with Esther and Francois. As he entered, the glow of her imperious defiance left Gladys as though it were a light that had been switched off, and her face had the wild, appalled stare of those who gaze upon the unwelcomely resurrected dead. "Billy? Billy Grayson?" came in a faintest breath from her. Gladys said no more. She could say no more. No one else spoke. Cordelia, though almost as amazed as Gladys, yet got an impression of the scene as a whole. Mitchell and Esther showed no surprise. This was their play, enacted according to plan. And also Grayson showed no surprise, though he was very white as he gazed straight into the eyes of the wife who had been ashamed to own her husband, the mother who had been ashamed to own her child. The eyes of the two silent men, who were they anyhow, were popping with excitement. And Gladys? She continued motionless, with that stricken, frightened, appalled, world-lost stare. And Jerry? He had the ghastly pallor of a sick man who was dying on his feet. Cordelia's eyes, now far more sensitive to real values than in other days, instinctively compared Grayson and Jerry. The husband with the husband that was to have been. Her judgment was instantaneous, incontrovertible. Judged upon his worth as a man, how very much the better, oh, how very much the better, Gladys's first choice had been. The faint, worded breath again issued from Gladys's palsied lips, and once again she spoke wholly from the angle, and with the color of self-pity. "Billy Grayson, why have you kept us hidden all these years, only to make it known at such a time when I was about to marry? Her whisper dwindled away into silence. "Let me answer her, Billy," cut in Mitchell. "I've begun this business with her. Let me finish it. Mrs. Grayson, I'll divide what you ask into 2 parts. Why was this kept hidden from you all these years? To suit me. That is part of the answer. and you may go as far as you like in blaming me. Billy's part of the answer is this. You had never, except during the first few days, shown the slightest interest in him as a husband. In fact, you have hidden the fact all these years that he is your husband. I told you Billy had a man's pride. Since you were too proud to recognize him, he was too proud to recognize you. And since you had hidden the marriage all these years, he decided he also would hide it. The relationship was a dishonor to him. He was glad to be clear of you, and he would not now be coming forward and admitting the disgrace of being your husband did he not desire to prevent your becoming in actuality what your pride has for years falsely led you to believe yourself to be, a bigamous wife. Is that much of the answer plain enough? It evidently was, but she did not speak. In connection with that, here's another point, Mrs. Grayson. Now that Billy's had the humiliation of having had publicly to recognize you as his wife, you are going to have the humiliation of remaining publicly his wife. You are probably already thinking of a divorce. Well, you'll never get it. Not if I have my way. As for Billy Grayson, I'll say he's not interested in another woman. His one marriage has cured him of women. He's satisfied to let the cards rest exactly as they've fallen. You can't get a divorce in the state of New York. You haven't grounds for action, and you won't be given grounds. And if you go to another state and start suit on some such grounds as desertion, he'll be in that state, and in court, to prove that he hasn't deserted you. He's not anxious to live with you, not at all. Though if you insist, you can have half of his apartment above his garage. No use trying to get out of it. You are now Mrs. William Grayson for keeps, wife of the garage man. And now, Mrs. Grayson, for the second part of your question, Mitchell went on. But first, there is still one other little fact I should make known to you and Mr. Plimpton. I have told you that these two gentlemen, Mr. Emerson and Mr. Bailey, were interested in our conference, but I did not tell you the nature of their interest. That information I shall at this point give you. You and Mr. Plimpton will recall that on an earlier occasion when Mr. Plimpton's marriage arrangements were disturbed, there was present a very considerable representation of the press. It seemed to me that on this occasion, when Mr. Plimpton might feel that his marriage arrangements were being a second time disturbed, it would be no more than fair that the press should again be represented. But I could not accommodate a crowd, only these two. Mr. Emerson represents the Associated Press, which serves newspapers throughout the country and through allied agencies throughout the world. Mr. Bailey is from the City News Association, which serves news to all the papers of New York City. Together, I am certain they will secure us adequate publicity. Neither Gladys nor Jerry at that moment seemed concerned over this matter of adequate press attention. Now, Mrs. Grayson, for the second part of your question, why was this kept hidden only to be told when you were about to be married? Mitchell's voice was now hard, driving. You yourself are chiefly to blame for this, and this Jerry Plimpton is partly to blame. If, on what was to have been Miss Marlowe's wedding day, you had not, by your lies, disgracefully broken up her marriage and smirched her reputation, this thing would never have happened in this way, never. You would have been told, of course, but told in some quiet manner, and with no intent of publicly humiliating you. But on the day that you publicly smashed Miss Marlowe, I swore that I was going to hold this thing back and wait for the day when you were in the same situation Miss Marlowe was at the time engaged and about to be married. And then, exactly as you had smashed Miss Marlowe with lies, I would smash you with the truth, and I've done it. I wanted to pay off the cat of a Jerry Plimpton too, but in my best dream, I did not see such luck as this. The two of you at once. The two of you. And now, Mrs. Grayson, is this sufficient answer to your question? Apparently it was. At least she asked for nothing further. Mitchell turned to the two newspaper men. On that other occasion to which I have referred, someone remarked to the reporters that he believed they had a rather interesting story. I can now repeat that remark. I believe you have a rather interesting story, very. For myself, I make just one request. Try to see that the papers print Miss Grayson's sworn confession clear in Miss Marlowe. That's why I gave you the copies of the affidavits." "The papers will eat that alive!" exclaimed the city pressman. Mitchell now turned to Jerry. "On that previous occasion, Mr. Plimpton, you were asked if you had any little announcement you wished to make to the press concerning your marriage. You had. The situation now is more or less the same. So again, the same question is put to you. Have you any little announcement you wish to make to the press concerning your marriage?" The sick-faced, benumbed Jerry apparently had neither anything to say nor the power of saying it if he had had. "Then I'll say it for you." Again Mitchell's voice was hard, driving. "And if the newspaper men, fearing libel laws, think it safer not to express their opinions of you in their own words, they are at full liberty to quote all I say and to quote me as saying anything I should have said, but I've left out. If you feel this is a disgrace to the important Jerry Plimpton and a disgrace to the sacred Plimpton name, just remember that you had it coming to you and that you brought it upon yourself. Instead of being man enough to respect and trust and believe the woman you had promised to marry, when the worst against her was nothing dishonorable, but was that in her ignorance she had acted a bit foolishly and had been duped, instead of being a real man, you chose, on Miss Marlowe's wedding day, to believe the lies of this liar here, and the lies of another liar, as against your promised wife's truth, and you publicly cast her aside and publicly discredit her. I hope, you damned cad, that you and your Plimpton dignity rise till your last days, and I hope that the newspapers laugh you out of the country." Mitchell took Jerry by his arm. "I've been a butler in my time, Mr. Plimpton, and as such it has been my duty to show many men the door. But in all my life I have never had so much pleasure in showing any man the door as I now have in showing you the door. And I hope that all the world shows you the door." As he spoke, Mitchell had been pressing Jerry, unresisting and still speechless, before him across the room. At the last words, Mitchell pushed Jerry through the door and then closed it. Cordelia had been watching Mitchell and Jerry, but Gladys, eyes on her husband, had taken no notice of this last. Cordelia's gaze now shifted to this pair. For a space there was utter silence in the room, not a motion. Gladys's look was still what it had been when she had first seen her husband enter the room. That stricken, appalled stare of one gazing upon the unwelcomely resurrected dead. His white face continued gazing steadfastly into her eyes. He had not uttered a single word. Thus, with wife and husband gazing at each other, several moments passed. Then Gladys's eyes wavered. She turned away, and without another word to him or any of them, her body drooping forward, she unsteadily crossed the room, fumbled at the door, and passed out. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brannon. Cordelia the Magnificent. Chapter 33. The Magnificence Cordelia Found. Cordelia's eyes remained upon the door for several moments after Gladys had gone. Her own feelings toward Gladys at that period she could not have analyzed. Dominating these personal feelings was an odd sense of what had happened to Gladys. Gladys had lied with her lips and her life. She had schemed. She had twisted this way. She had turned that way. She had used every trick her wit could command.
all to serve her pride, her vanity, her supreme selfishness. And this was what all her lying and scheming and selfishness had brought her. They had lost her Jerry Plimpton. They had lost her a husband who looked a fine, simple, sincere man. They had lost her son, a darling, manly little fellow. They had brought on her the humiliation of this broken engagement. They were making public the long, hidden story of her marriage, with its details of her being ashamed of her husband because of her snobbery, her relief in her husband's reported death, because that death made it possible for her to keep the marriage secret, her hidden maternity and her adoption of her own son, her submitting to blackmail, her public denial of her son, and capping the vast edifice of chagrin built by her pride, this final fact that everything had been quite regular and legal from the first, and that the years of her suffering from a supposed shame had been brought upon her solely because of her snobbishness and cowardice. All these, Cordelia, in this odd summary, foresaw, were things the world of Gladys would never forget. Nothing that could possibly have happened to Gladys could have struck more truly the heart of her vanity than these things which had happened. Of all the things which she had once had and dreamed of having, Gladys had only one thing left: her money. Only her money. While she thus thought, Cordelia had been conscious of voices in the room, but not of the words spoken. Now the words dimly registered upon her brain. They came from the city pressman. "It's a whale of a story. The papers won't be satisfied with city press dope on a story like this. I'll phone in to my office, and the office will flash a bulletin to all the papers, and in about 10 minutes you'll have 10 dozen reporters here. Might as well get ready for them." Cordelia was aware that the next moment the 2 newspaper men had gone. She was utterly dazed by what had happened, by what might be its meaning to her. Just then she wanted nothing else quite so much as to be alone, to clear her brain, to think. She stood up and spoke to Mitchell. "I want to thank you for all you've done for me, and that's all I can say now." She shook the hand he offered her, and she gripped Esther's hand and Grayson's, neither of whom spoke. "If you don't mind, please," she went on, "I'd like to be alone for a while." She passed into her little cubbyhole of an office, closed the door, sank into her chair, and dropped her head in her folded arms upon the desk beside her typewriter. She sat there soundless, tremors running through her. She had not a single thought. Just then, thought was beyond her. Wild sensations dizzied through her, but they were as inarticulate, as formless, as impermanent as are the swift, roaring phantasms of a person who is going into or coming out of ether. And for her just then, time was as much a nullity, a void, as it is to a person in ether and its twilight stages. And insofar as she was conscious, consciousness was merely a series of hiatuses, with brief instants when mind or soul seemed barely to touch a bit of reality and then flash away. She heard voices in the room she had left, many voices, and her subconsciousness, from its vastly remote distance, told her that these were the voices of many reporters. And then, after a timeless interval, the voices were gone. No sound came from the next room. And then, after another timeless interval, her door seemed to open. A paper seemed to be laid before her. The door seemed to close. That remote subconsciousness dimly told her Mitchell had slipped in and then slipped out. An hour, perhaps several hours, may have passed. She pulled herself up out of her swirling emotional anesthesia and looked at the paper Mitchell had brought her. It was an afternoon paper, and in it was a hasty preliminary account of that morning's happenings. But there, printed in full, was Gladys's affidavit. Her brain began to clear, to function. Her heart leaped at that affidavit. Mitchell's work, clearing her. She was cleared. The world might think her a fool. She herself thought she had been a fool. But the world could no longer think her consciously and willfully dishonest. At last the world would have to admit that she had been lied about, that in intention she had always been honest. She was glad that at last the world would acknowledge her honest. But aside from this, she seemed to care very little what the world thought of her. She pushed the paper from her, and her clearing brain began to go about in the groove of a circle her thoughts had worn a few months earlier, when she had begun slowly to re-win her self-respect, and had first begun to philosophize a bit. A circle whose course was determined by Gladys, Jackie, Aileen herself. A circle whose circumference contained innumerable mates at Harcourt Hall, countless friends of society, smart, brilliant girls, all of them, but a circle whose high determining points were ever Gladys, Jackie, Aileen herself. Gladys, Jackie, Aileen herself. Herself, Aileen, Jackie, Gladys. Round and round in its groove went her mind. Yes, they had been a smart, brilliant lot. And today the restless Jackie starting out to string herself a necklace of husbands, only no knot at the end of her string, and the latest bead slipping off as the newest is slipped on. And Aileen living alone for pleasure, dancing her life away, turning all her splendid youth into nothing better than a smooth floor for her dancing feet. Just a decorated and decorative wanton. And Gladys by her own selfish acts, bereft of all, shamed and laughed at, nothing left but her money. And herself, Cordelia? Why, she was dazed. Her breath was swept from her by the swift upward rush of her thoughts. Why, after all, she was making the best finish of the lot. She had found something real in life, something worthwhile. Of the four, she was the success. It was toward this concrete realization that her mind had been moving all that while it had been away from her, circling its remote ether. All the long while she had been sitting here in her little office. And as she lit upon this truth, she straightened up in her chair with a thrill and gazed with distant, bedazzled eyes at her wall 3 feet away. Of them all, she was the success. For she had found her real self, perhaps a small self, but such as it was, she had found it, and upon it she could build and keep on building. It would grow and keep on growing, build and grow, until finally, from out of nowhere, that old haunting phrase flashed back upon her. Cordelia the Magnificent. How empty it sounded. She smiled at its pretension. And then she sobered, as an awning thought, related to that old title, surged into her mind. Why? If there was any such thing as true magnificence, that magnificence which comes from discovering oneself, and keeping on being one's best self, and helping one's best self to grow, why, her feet were now in the beginning of the one path that led to it. Cordelia the Magnificent. But oh, such a different kind of magnificence, so very, very different. But if she was anything now, and was ever to be anything more, credit for it did not belong to her. Oh, but she had been lucky. For luck, that was all that had won for her, saved her and let the others go. Luck, just luck. Luck? And why? Why, of course, Mitchell. Gratitude, humility, joy, inexpressible, swelled within her, kept on swelling. kept on swelling, and her distant eyes, fixed on her 3-foot-away partition, grew more oddly bright with the miracle of it all. Presently Mitchell came in again and quietly sat down, the room's tiny size forcing him to sit within a foot of her. Hours must have passed. She did not know. "There is just one little last thing I have to tell you," he said quietly. "My last name. It's Harrison. Harrison, nobody at all. I told you long ago Mitchell was quite as good a name and quite as important. My only reason for not using my own name was, when I went to work as a butler, I thought another name might do as a butler just as well. And I kept the name after my plans concerning Gladys began to take shape, because I feared if my real name were known, through my real name someone might trace down Billy Grayson and the truth would come out before I was quite ready for it to come out. That's all there is to that. That's the last of my little mysteries. And now you know as much about me as I know about myself." She hardly heard this. He had been looking at her very steadily while he spoke. She had never before noted, so clearly as now, what fine, candid, sympathetic, understanding eyes he had. All the great feelings in her. She felt as though they were about. His quiet voice went on, but there was that look in those fine eyes that required no words. "You will remember, you once said, if you were ever cleared, I might again ask." That was as far as she let him go. That gratitude, humility, joy, swelling in her, had now swelled to where nothing could confine them. They burst forth. "You needn't ask," she cried. She flung her arms about his neck and held him tightly as one clutches joy and salvation. And her words went on, broken and choked with thrilled, ecstatic sobs. "Oh, I'm so happy, so happy. And I haven't deserved it. I haven't deserved it. I haven't deserved it. I haven't deserved it." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brannon. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 34. Addenda. What happens to be told of this history are merely those disconnected odds and ends which in most histories appear at the end of the volume under the heading Addenda. The following addenda are dated approximately 1 year later than the afternoon when Cordelia sobbed her ecstatic incoherences upon the co-ecstatic shoulder of Mitchell. Mitchell, or more correctly, one should say Harrison. No, he might as well remain Mitchell through these few remaining lines. Mitchell was entirely within the facts when he remarked that the story he revealed might prove rather interesting to the newspapers. It did so prove. Rather, what more does a newspaper ask for in a single story than these items, namely, the most marriageable bachelor in town, having his second big marriage attempt within 6 months broken off, and broken off with attending scandalous incidents. A rich and well-known young society leader, posing as a spinster and about to become the bride of the foregoing gentleman, revealed as having been married these past 6 years, and being the mother of the child she had passed off as an adopted French war orphan. The husband to this splendid lady, the owner of a garage, quite willing to remain dead as the lady wished him, because the last thing the garage man wished for on earth was to have the splendid lady as a wife. A former social favorite, recently jilted under remembered circumstances, and since then living under a very dark cloud, entirely cleared of all blame by the sworn confession of the First Lady, and mixed in with the foregoing people, and having his hand in their affairs, a very prominent attorney, accused of blackmail and various and sundry other malpractices. To repeat having all these, what more can a newspaper wish for in a single story? They had quite enough, and the papers made the most of this much for many days. Certainly Gladys thought it was enough, and so did Jerry Plimpton. There was one inaccuracy in the stories of the first few days. This related to Billy Grayson running a garage. This point was put in by Mitchell, in his efforts to make Gladys's pride wince just a little more. There was a garage, to be sure, but that was a minor item. It presently developed that Billy Grayson was a part owner and factory manager of a small but growing concern, manufacturing automobile parts, a concern with several promising patents of his own. In fact, the concern for which Mitchell was the Eastern and promotion manager. Mr. Franklin, as Mitchell predicted, is not a happy gentleman these days. Mr. Kedmore, his partner, at once decided it would be wiser to dissolve their partnership. Proceedings looking toward Franklin's disbarment are now pending before the Bar Association, and criminal suits on several courts are being pressed against him in the courts. He may escape them all, for he's a man of shrewd wits, but the dizzy place he once looked up to as his future estate will be the property of some other gentleman. The day after the scene in Mitchell's office, Jerry Plimpton started on a trip around the world. He is still on that trip. So far as rumor knows, he has as yet announced no third candidate for the houses and the social honors left empty by the death of his distinguished mother. Gladys is in California, living pleasantly at Santa Barbara, the while her suit for divorce progresses through the courts. She charges mental cruelty, which, whatever the phrase may mean, is adequate grounds in California. Perhaps the phrase means a psychic headache, which is perhaps what Gladys has. Anyhow, a divorce is quite as easy to get in California as a headache powder, the former merely requiring a little longer for the prescription to be compounded. During Gladys's few months of social brilliance, culminating in her engagement to Jerry Plimpton, Kyle Brannon often spoke to her with eloquent enthusiasm of what a hit a handsome, popular, young social woman, such as she was, would make if she would only go into pictures under his direction. Now, despite her living right next door to his studios, so to speak, he has not again broached the brilliant project to her. Notwithstanding Mitchell's declaring to Gladys that any action for divorce she started would be fought by Grayson, her suit is not being contested. This is due to one of the tangles that human affection sometimes involves humans in. Esther may not be sure that she loves Grayson, and Grayson may not be sure that he loves Esther, but Esther loves Francois and is determined to keep him, and Grayson loves Francois and is determined to keep him, and Francois loves them both and is determined to keep them both. And so, as the only compromise by which this difficulty can be arbitrated to suit all these unchangeable determinations, Esther and Grayson are going to be married as soon as Gladys gets her decree, and all three are going to keep each other. They're going to live in Cleveland. But this necessary loss of Francois to Lily does not mean that Lily's bantam-like strutting mothership will abruptly cease to function. Its direction will be changed, has already been changed. That is all. Cordelia still has a job, rather a new job. It is over this new job that Lily is so busy and bossy and strutty. This job is 3 weeks old and is of the feminine gender. The parents have not yet decided upon a name. Both parents have decided, most enthusiastically, that the daughter is magnificent, simply magnificent. Down in her heart, however, where her stoutest resolutions are made, Cordelia has secretly decided that her daughter's magnificence is not to be trained toward a social career. And that, as Mr. Franklin once remarked, that, I believe, is all. The end. End of Chapter 34. End of Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott.